me from my winter hell. I've got candles and candy, I can be your daddy if you only let me creep into your prison cell. Hey baby, can you tell I'm not a criminal? Your choice is seminal. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true. Just speak low, stand in your row, try not to show this life's a show. Try not to glow way down below. Oh, it's a lot of woe, and that's not a place where you would like to go. I've got cigarettes and brandy, which could come in handy if you just help me loosen up my hand grenades fuse. Baby, don't refuse my truth, but it's up to you now to choose. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true, 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 true,
Hello, everyone. Good morning. It is Tuesday. We have big news, but let me say good morning to you guys first, and then we'll get into it. Good morning, Music City Mom. Thank you for being a member for 25 months. I appreciate it so much. Thank you for supporting me and the channel. Good morning, Karen. Good morning, Jenny. Good morning, Lulu Lola. I never can say that. Good morning, Kate Can Create. Just got home from the hospital. Oh, colitis issues. I'm so sorry, babe. I'm glad you're home. I hope you're feeling better. Good morning, Shamina. Yeah, babe, I am in Texas. You are too? Cool. I was in Florida. I lived in Florida for almost 10 years. Yeah, I was in Florida for a while, but I am from Texas. Okay. So I want to get us right to it because we have a special situation here. Hold on a minute. Why did this do? Oh, there we go. And I want to get right into it. So wait until you hear this. Okay. I'm just going to play it for you. Are we ready? All right, let's go.
Of drug use along with the solicitation of a sexual act.
Hold on a minute.
Admissions of drug use along with the solicitation of a sexual act.
Okay. Ms. Anderson.
And Judge, for the purposes of this section, I'm just going to focus on the things related to the sexual activities.
That's fine.
Okay. So I'm not waiving any objections to any of the other.
Absolutely.
Okay. Number 38.
Same response, Mr. Berry.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Number 42.
You know what? I'm going to grant Your objection on 38.
Number 42.
Okay. Same response, Mr. Berry?
Yes, sir, Your Honor, and I would point out that the girl that is displayed in number 42 does not look unlike our victim in this case.
And Your Honor, I would like to point out that the person represented in number 42 is an adult.
I understand.
And just because she is blonde, it doesn't mean that she resembles the deceased.
Okay. Next point.
Number 43.
All right.
Number 56.
All right.
Number 60.
I don't know what's going on with the closed captions. It's like, why are they not working?
Okay.
Number 63.
Yeah, I don't know why they're not working. That's so weird. Okay,
Okay.
going.
Number 64.
All right.
Number 72.
All right.
And that is it for that particular notice.
Okay. Those objections will be overruled, and as they come up, you may have a running objection to their admissibility if they're played in the presence of the jury.
And Your Honor, may I place my argument against their admissibility on the record?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, what happens in someone's bedroom stays in someone's bedroom. That is between them and consenting adults. The Supreme Court has consistently held that our private lives are our private lives, and they cannot be used as an aggravator in a capital murder case. In the case Andrew v. White, recently the U.S. Supreme Court held that the due process clause can be violated by going into unnecessary and duplicative and multiple incidents that really bear no relevance. In that particular case, upon conviction, the prosecutors talked about the defendant in pejorious terms, called her a whore, called her a slut, held up her underwear in front of the jury. And this is in a capital murder case. They paraded some of her former lovers in to talk about their infidelities. And the Supreme Court said, wait a minute, that's not right. That there can be things that are so prejudicial that they render the punishment phase of a capital trial fundamentally unfair. And that's what we're talking about here. If all of this is admitted, that does render...
They're going through, okay, it is my understanding, because I don't know exactly when this happens or if it happened and it wasn't captured, but he pled guilty to the murder of Athena Strand. And I think what they're discussing now is the sentencing phase. So, and what can be shown and what cannot be shown. I think that's what's happening here. I'm not exactly sure when he pled guilty.
The capital or the punishment phase of this capital trial fundamentally unfair. Now, in the Andrew case, what they were looking for was, with regards to victim impact statements, they asked about that being a categorical bar because of the prejudicial value of them. And I agree with the Supreme Court in that regard, in that
I am
there should
annoyed.
not have
Hold on a
been
minute.
per se bar.
Hey, you guys, I cannot understand why the closed captions are not picking up. Like, they're right here. They should be picking up, but for whatever reason, they're not.
That it's going to be done on a case-by-case basis and things like that. However, with the Supreme Court went on to say that even though we're not going to give you the categorical bar for the victim impact statements, the due process clause is still in effect. And we look at the cumulative nature of the evidence, and we determine whether or not the cumulative nature of that evidence renders a verdict and a trial fundamentally unfair. Quite frankly, Your Honor, these are irrelevant. They're here for no other purpose than to inflame the passions of the jury and to allow the state to make those ridiculous comparisons saying, oh, they're blonde, therefore it must be the decedent, or reminds them of the decedent. Fundamental fairness. And this is not anything new. The Supreme Court has held on numerous occasions that when you have this accumulation of prejudicial evidence that the state brings, that they have crossed the line, that renders a case fundamentally unfair, and the Supreme Court has reversed convictions numerous times based on that. And so that's why we're asking that this not be allowed in. If you want to pick a few and say, you know what, bring that in. You know what, bring that one in. But the cumulative nature of the instances that they are trying to bring in is just fundamentally unfair, especially when you're talking about things that occurred between consenting adults. There's no crime against having a threesome. There is no crime in trying to find somebody else to have a threesome. There is no crime in bragging about your sexual escapades. I mean, if our president can brag about it and do his locker room talk, then, and that's not, held against him, then why should that be used as an aggravator in a capital case to try to give Mr. Horner the death penalty? And that's what
All right. So what is happening right now? Tanner Horner has pled guilty to capital murder. What they're going through now, and because I think, first of all, the charges against him are severe. This is the highest level of murder charge you can receive in the state of Texas is capital murder. Okay. And what they're talking about here is because he's pled guilty, it's going to move from guilt or innocence straight into the penalty. Okay, the jury is going to decide, rather than deciding whether he is guilty or innocent, he's pled guilty. They're going to decide whether he is going to get life without the possibility of parole or whether he is going to get the death penalty. That is coming up next. But I wanted you guys to hear this because what his attorney is arguing is that some of the evidence that the state intends to introduce into the sentencing phase, the penalty phase, not the sentencing, penalty we'll call it, the penalty phase is cumulative, it is pejorative, it is irrelevant, and she is citing a different case. Nobody in this case had a threesome, but in the argument for why these certain photographs should not come in, she's arguing that there was another case that she has cited, and that during the penalty phase for capital murder, the state introduced her underwear. They brought her lawyer or her lovers in. They talked about her lovers testified, and she's the one that had the threesome. Lulu Lola asked about the victim being assaulted, essayed. No, she was not sexually assaulted. There was no evidence of that. That is what's going on. Good morning to everybody just coming in. I just wanted you guys to hear this because this gives us an idea of what we can expect or not expect to hear. The judge overruled, but for purposes of the record, she has to make her objections known and get in. And the reason I want us to hear this is because given what happened with Letitia, okay, and how she got her conviction overturned. And I want you guys to understand this because I don't think that I think a lot of people are unclear about what happened there. Letitia did actually try to appeal on some of the merits of the case itself. For example, that her cell phone was seized illegally, and therefore that evidence should have never been put before the jury. It shouldn't have been used against her at trial. All of that stuff, the panel ruled against. Okay, she was not successful in her appeals on those types of things. The only part of her appeal that she was successful in is what's known as a structural error. So the structure of the trial from the very beginning, because there was a juror on that listened to the trial and was allowed to deliberate, I don't think she would have had a chance if this juror had not been picked to deliberate. Okay. But there is a very clear statute in Colorado law that if a person on a jury is related to anybody, particularly in the DA's office, whether or not that the person they're related to worked on this case ever or not at all ever, right? They are to be found legally biased and therefore should be dismissed immediately and should not be serving on that jury. That did not happen. The defense objected for cause. They cited this, but they did not cite the statute. They dismissed this juror because the juror disclosed that his son-in-law worked for the DA's office, not necessarily on this trial in any capacity. However, that's enough of a degree of, it has to be within the third degree. So 3 degrees. And that's how she was successful in getting her conviction overturned and granted a new trial. So I think that hearing all of these arguments in the beginning, we'll have a better idea. Okay. Shamina, they found during her autopsy no evidence of that. He's not been charged with that. I don't know if it was for the purpose of that, but she was not. Jenny says, didn't Letitia still have strikes to use up? She did. And that's why the third judge ruled both agreeing and dissenting. Because, yes, her attorneys could have struck that juror used a preemptory strike, which means that you can strike them for any reason. No, you don't have to disclose why. They're just stricken. They could have done that. And that judge was concerned that the defense attorney left that juror in without using that strike, even though it was available, because for appellate purposes. And the judge was very concerned that this is a bad precedent. However, when it gets, and the state has said that they will pursue appealing that ruling. But I have, the thing about it is when it gets to the Colorado State Supreme Court, all courts uphold the Constitution. All courts, and the fundamental element about trials that's in the Constitution is the right to a fair trial. And it doesn't the fact of the matter is that the likelihood that the juror was actually biased, which he's legally biased, but actually biased and would have deliberated any differently, is slim to none. The facts are the facts. Letitia is guilty. But because the state Supreme Court, and then if it escalated further, let's say to the U.S. Supreme Court, the U.S. Supreme Court would uphold that she didn't get a fair trial because it was a structural error. And so she's more than likely she will get a new trial. The truth is she's going to be found guilty again because there aren't anything in her appeals respective to any of the evidence, right, that the appellate court found shouldn't have been allowed in. So essentially that means all of the evidence that they used in the first trial can come in again in a retrial, and she'll be found guilty again. The difficult part of all of this really is the fact that Al and Landon and all of their family and all of Gannon's loved ones are going to have to go through this trial again. I don't give a rat's fat kneecap about Letitia. And she's doing this because, quite frankly, she can. We all know how she rolls. She's messy. But I wanted you guys to listen to this because this is part of our judicial process, understanding what and the rulings that judges make during particularly capital murder trials. But all murder trials are very, very important. And even though he's pled guilty, his sentencing phase has to be fair. It cannot, the judge doesn't want to let in any evidence that could be appealed and overturned. Because while he cannot appeal his death penalty or his conviction, he can't appeal because he pled guilty. He can't appeal that part of it. What he can appeal potentially would be whether or not getting the death penalty. That he might be able to appeal. And this, Neat Noodle says, the defense was not required to use its preemptory strike, even if they had some left. Legally, the judge was required to strike for cause. She will get a new trial. That's absolutely. That's correct. They didn't have to. Even though that one judge argued that point, she's going to get a new trial. And thank you, Jacobite, Jacobite. Jacobite, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the ward. I appreciate that very much. All right, let's continue so we don't miss any of this. But I will speed her up a little bit. How about that? All right. Now that the closed captions are working, here we go.
We're talking about this is a life and death situation. And when we're talking about fundamental fairness, it is exceptionally and incredibly more important in a capital case because we don't get do-overs if he's executed. And so that's why we're asking that if you're not willing to exclude all, then you need to at least exclude some to take away the taint of the fundamental unfairness.
Your argument is received and the ruling remains the same. Are there on the other notices, do we need to address any of them in the other notices?
There will be some, Your Honor.
Do you want to wait until they come up and address them as they come up?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think that will be the best for the ones in the supplemental notice.
Hey, Quietosh, thanks for being a member for 13 months. I appreciate that, babe. Thank you for supporting me in the channel.
Notice for December 8th.
Does the state anticipate having any of that testimony today?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so we can address that as it gets closer?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I believe the state had indicated that the majority of these others would be coming in the form of their expert witness. And so what I will do is I will reserve my objections to these other ones and address them as they arise.
Okay.
Your Honor, with regard, I just don't want there to be any mistake. I mean, the second supplemental notice, those are items that will come in, not the second supplemental, the first supplemental notice. list, the one that's in the middle. Those are items that are going to come in through the victims and the extraneous victims.
Understood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not through an expert.
Right, I understand.
No, I was referring to the rest of them in the
Right,
first notice.
yeah, I'm with you, okay. Anything else we need to do before we break to open the courtroom to let everybody get seated?
Judge, we do need to reurge our motion for continuance.
Okay, that's denied. Anything else?
How long do you think it will take? Because I have to go to the war room and grab something.
Let's shoot for 9:20. That's 10 minutes. Would that give you enough time? Okay, 9:20, everybody.
Ah! All right, hold on. Here we go. Make sure this is turned up all the way. Okay, good. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. Hey, just while we're waiting for all the things to begin, if you guys could do me a favor, could you do me a favor and give me a thumbs up or thumbs down, however you're feeling? I'd appreciate it. Thanks.
6% of the people in the gallery are wearing pink, and pink is the signature color of the decedent, in this case, Athena Strand. And they have been asked repeatedly over the last 3 years to do pink outs, wear pink in support of Athena. And so we just want the record to reflect the number of people that are here in the gallery that are wearing pink, just in case it becomes an issue later on.
I don't see anything in the clothing that indicates any type of advocating for a certain position or anything like that.
Right.
So your notice is noted.
Thanks for we noticed your notice. Thank you. I mean, at the end of the day, they're not wearing anything but a color. And the only people that would know that are you and her murderer. So there's that.
Are we ready for the jury?
Ready, Your Honor.
You ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's go to work.
Ready, Judge?
Just right here. Yeah. All rise for the jury, please.
And just as soon as I know exactly for sure what's going on, I'll change the title of the live. Don't you guys worry. And the thumbnail.
Everyone may be seated. Good morning. We are ready to proceed. I apologize for the delay. I need all of you to raise your right hand for me, please. Do you and each of you solemnly swear or affirm that in the case of the state of Texas versus Tanner Lane Horner, you are a true verdict render according to the law and the evidence to help you God? I do. All right. Everyone may be lower your hand. Mr. Horner, if you would stand, please. Mr. Berry, you may arraign the defendant.
Thank you. May it please the court?
Yes, sir.
In the name and by authority of the state of Texas, the grand jury for the county of Wise, state of Texas, duly selected, impaneled, sworn, charged, and organized as such during the January term AD 2023 of the 271st Judicial District Court for said county, upon their oaths present in and to said court at said term, that Tanner Lynn Horner, hereinafter styled defendant, on or about the 30th day of November 2022, and before the presentment of this indictment in the county and state aforesaid, did then and there intentionally cause the death of an individual, Athena Strand, by strangling and or smothering and or asphyxiating Athena Strand with the defendant's hand, the defendant's foot, and or the defendant's body, and the defendant was in the course of committing or attempting to commit kidnapping of Athena Strand, and signed against the peace and dignity of the state by the foreperson of the grand jury.
Mr. Horner, to the charge of capital murder, you may plead guilty or not guilty. What is your plea?
Guilty, Your Honor.
Thank you. I will accept your plea. You may be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, when a defendant pleads guilty to an offense, I have done admonishments to him outside of your presence and am satisfied that this guilty plea is given freely and voluntarily. So as we get into the trial, I will give you an instruction at the appropriate time for you to find him guilty, okay? There will no longer be a first phase of the trial to where you will be determining whether or not guilt has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt. I will give you an instruction to find him guilty. So now your sole duty will be to listen to all of the evidence that is going to be presented to you, because you will be using that evidence to determine the proper punishment to be assessed. You will hear the evidence in the same manner, I anticipate, had Mr. Horner pled not guilty. You may use that evidence in your determination in answering the questions that we talked about to you in the individual jury selection interviews, okay? So I just wanted to let you know, you're going to hear the evidence, but you're only going to be dealing with punishment, all right? State wishes to make an opening statement.
We do, Your Honor.
Mr. Stepmother.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm going to object showing evidence in opening statements.
That's overruled.
We'll change of plans this morning. Welcome. Thank you all for being here. Sorry to keep you waiting. This is what this case is about, right here. You know, when I looked at this case, most lawyers, when they have these types of cases, they have kind of a theme of the case, something that sits with them, something that touches them here. And in this case, I looked at Paul in 2 Corinthians when he said, Satan masquerades as an angel of light. And that's what we have here. Let me tell you a little bit about what you're going to see today, what you're going to see over the next few weeks. We're going to present all the same evidence that you would have seen before in guilt, but that's going to be expanded to include the punishment evidence as well. So you're going to get it all in one package. Okay. Let me tell you how this is going to begin. What we're going to start with first is we're going to introduce you to Athena, which is the most important thing, and that's the reason why we're here. So let me give you a little evidence here. Athena's last day. She was in school. She was in Miss Thompson's first grade class. She had a rough day that day, and you'll hear Miss Thompson talk about that. She's strong-willed, very precocious. She's 7. Miss Thompson's going to talk to you a little bit about that last day and tell you what went on and why that's important. You've heard that name over and over, Athena Strand. Born May 23rd, 2015. It's sad that we have to talk about a child in the past tense, who she was, what she liked, who were her friends, who were her parents. It's sad that we have to have this discussion, but that's the evidence that we have to bring you. That's the evidence that's important. Now, in this particular case, I'll tell you a little bit about this picture. Athena had just gotten back from spending some time at her mom's house in Oklahoma. 4 days before she was murdered is when that picture was taken by her mother. Now, November 30th, 2022 is a Wednesday. Kids have just gotten back from Thanksgiving break. Any of y'all have ever been in school, you know that that's a bit of a chaotic time for a teacher. They just got back, and what are they looking forward to? Christmas, right? And who's arriving for Christmas? What I like to call the modern day Santa Claus. Amazon, right? FedEx, UPS, all of the people that we look forward to. And even us as adults, I know for me personally, I look forward to motorcycle parts. And I know my wife looks forward to things like essential oils and devotional books. I know those things. And like I said, that's why I refer to it as the modern day Santa Claus. And I was going to try to do this without my glasses, but it is not working. So here's the way this is going to happen. When Tanner Horner rolled up that day, he rolled up alone. He rolled up bringing what we thought would be joy and happiness and a package. And you're going to see the package, and you're going to see what he was bringing. Why wouldn't Athena be happy to see the FedEx guy, right? He's got a Walmart box. Well, that's not what he brought that day. What you're going to see is that he brought violence, fear, and death. That's what he brought with him. He did not bring with him the joy and happiness that the delivery drivers normally bring. So first off, I want to apologize to y'all for what we're going to have to bring you. The evidence in this case is rough. It is not what I want to show anyone, but it's what's required. It's what's required to show you what he did. And I want to apologize to you now. We're going to do our very best to limit it, to provide you what you need, but I'm the kind of DA, I'm going to bring you all the evidence, okay? And I feel like it's important you know the complete story. Now, we know a little bit now about Athena, and you're going to hear about her. What about Tanner Horner? Tanner Horner shows up, delivers a package, leaves with Athena. Now, I'm going to put you as close as you can be without actually being there that day. We have video of it, and we're going to show it to you. Now, you may be thinking, wow, maybe we have video of the whole thing. Nope. Somebody covered up the camera because they don't want you to see. Guess what? Audio is still running, and you're going to hear it. You're going to hear what a 250-pound man can do to a 67-pound child. And when I say it's horrible, I mean it. I've been doing this 25 years, and I promise you, buckle up. Now, the important part of this is, what's the truth? It's time to get to the truth. The only truthful thing that Tanner Horner told law enforcement was that he killed her. The pattern and web of lies that he put together, it's going to be hard for y'all to keep up with. It is lie upon lie upon lie upon lie. We have lies about what we did the day before. We have lies about what we did the day of. We have lies about where her body was. We have lies about whether or not she was clothed or not. We have lies and lies and lies. It is hard to keep up with. The only thing he told the truth about was that he killed her. So you're going to hear multiple stories. None of them are true. What's the story that was told in the beginning? That he hit her with a truck. That he somehow freaked out because he thought he was going to lose his job or she was going to tell on him. He picked her up, still freaked out, and killed her. That is an absolute lie. There is no truth to that in any form or fashion. None. Zero, zip, not a nudge. No truth to that whatsoever. In fact, the first words out of Tanner Horner's mouth whenever the ranger first encountered him, when he first encountered him, the ranger says, "Is she alive?" And he says, "She wasn't alive when I put her in the truck." I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to see right up front here, she was very much alive and very much uninjured when he put her in the truck. Let me tell you something that stuck with me here, what you're going to hear when we get to that video. First thing Tanner Horner says to Athena when he picks her up and puts her in that truck, he leans down and he says, "Don't scream or I'll hurt you." He says that twice. You're going to hear it. We're going to put it on screen for you. That's the first thing out of his mouth. He made good on it. Now, where do we go from there? Now, you're going to be able to hear it all on audio. But I'm going to tell you right now, the one thing you're going to hear that is something that you can't unhear is the level of fight that a 7-year-old girl has when she's facing down certain death. We talk about warriors in America. I'll tell you, that little girl right there is a warrior. She fought with the strength of 100 men. 3 days later, we catch up. 3 days later, it took us. What's HornerHorner during all this time? Good question, right? What's he doing? He's delivering packages just like normal. Made it to work right on time. Made sure that he got the same FedEx truck so we could have his mobile crime scene with him the entire day. This is planning. This is preparation. He knew what was going on. He drove through the scene that day. He drove right through the scene that day. You're going to have video from his truck driving right through that scene, right where he kidnapped her, right where he took her away, and talking to people. What happened? What went on? What happened? In the same truck he killed her in. This is the level of cold-heartedness that you're going to see. Now, we finally locate her. And how do we locate her? Hundreds and hundreds of law enforcement personnel. Canines, dogs, thermal imaging. The ranger had helicopters moving 24/7 looking for her, searching for her, all believing that they were going to find her alive. Where did we find her? We found her at a place called Bobo Crossing. Now, I grew up in Wise County, and I lived not too far away from where her body was dumped. And I have no idea why they call it Bobo Crossing. I haven't found anybody who knows why they call it Bobo Crossing, but that's what they call it. It's probably got a county road number, but nobody knows what it is. People just know what this is. It's a little bit south of Boyd, off of Highway 730. We'll show you some maps. But that's where we found her. We found her where he pitched her off naked in the water. That's where we found her. How did we get to that point? Well, it wasn't without a lot of hard work by the FBI, Texas Rangers, Wise County Sheriff, deputies. We finally locate her. But how did we get to locate her? Well, HornerHorner made it as difficult as possible to locate her. Again, with more lies upon lies upon lies. Where's her body? Where's her body? It's over here. It's over here. So on and so forth. It's just too much to keep up with, to be honest with you. So many lies. But we find her body. And you know, throughout this whole time when we're looking for the body, you know, when we ask people what happened, you know, sometimes they take responsibility. Not this guy. Every part of that, even before we found her body, is woe is me. Worried about what's going to happen to me. Worried about why I'm not going to see my kid again. Worried about me. Selfish. We haven't even found her body yet, and he's worried about that. But he's so concerned about diverting law enforcement from what's going on. So concerned from diverting law enforcement from deciphering just simply where her body is, that he conjures a whole other persona out of thin air. And all the ranger had to do is look over at him and say, hey, I want to talk to the other guy. Okay, we'll talk to the other guy, and we'll tell you what happened. But that other guy lies as much as it was before. And that's the problem with all of this. We finally find her body, and here's what you're going to see once we find her body. Now, this is where we start getting into punishment. Obviously, the judge has already talked to you about, at some point, he's going to instruct you to find him guilty in that particular case. We're going to talk to you a little bit about punishment. Now, I hadn't planned on talking about punishment today. Change of events. Got to switch gears. What does punishment look like? Well, we have DNA. Not only do we have initial DNA from Athena that has HornerHorner's DNA under her fingernails, we also have DNA, HornerHorner's DNA, in places where you shouldn't find DNA on a 7-year-old girl. We're going to take you back in time. We're going to show you what HornerHorner did to prepare for this. Covering up the camera, setting this up. And he was there 24 hours before on the same road at a different house with a different girl. It looks eerily similar to what you're going to see on Athena's video the night before. Again, preparation, planning. Okay? So let's talk a little bit about what you may see in this particular case. We're going to show you the whole video, and we're going to show you how he did it, because I think that's important. It's an hour. It's not 5 minutes. It's an hour. And it's not just one time that he's trying to kill her. It's over and over and over again. You can hear the banging in the truck. You can hear the screams. This is what's coming. It didn't happen fast. Now, when it comes to punishment, you guys know there are two questions, right? Future danger mitigation. We talked to them ad nauseum when you guys were doing court hour. I'll submit to you that the level of violence that one person can inflict on a child is important. But you're also going to hear all about this individual. You're also going to hear about past and present. And I submit to you that you're also going to hear a bunch of stuff about how he's got some kind of life problems. He's got some kind of medical problems. He's got some kind of this. He's got some kind of that. I anticipate all of that coming up. I anticipate a long line of experts rolled up in here telling you just about how problematic this guy is. That's what's to be expected. It's all an excuse. Okay? It's all an excuse for somebody who's done this. So I submit to you, when we get to that, it's going to take a little bit. We're going to try to streamline it as much as we can. Okay? But it's important. I'm going to leave you with this. When we talk to people about Athena, I told you in the beginning we have to talk about her in the past tense, which is very sad. Remember why we have to talk about it in the past tense. Today, we're about a month away, a little more than a month away from Athena's birthday. She would have been 11. Would have been 11. She would have been looking forward to summertime. She would have been in the 4th grade. Key word is would. It's in the past tense, and we know why. We're ready to present this case to you. We appreciate you being here. Thank you. Judge?
Okay, just before we move to the defense's opening statements, I just want you guys to know, I think the situation here with why he isn't charged with more is because I don't think that the prosecutor felt like they could actually prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. Typically, when there is when it is essay, but it isn't essay in the way that we think of it, when the victim is not alive to tell what happened, I think sometimes prosecutors might not charge the defendant because they only get the one bite at the apple, they only get one time, and better to go with the charges that are the strongest, the ones you know that you can prove beyond a reasonable doubt, and not risk it. I think that's what happened. I think that the fact that we are going to have to listen to over an hour of what he did. What is this rat bastard? All right. I'm glad that we're here listening to it together, because remember, it is at the ward. This is my personal belief, and I think you guys share it. If the child endured it, if the victim endured it, we can hear it. And that is the only way I know how to. I would never say that I'm an advocate, but what I would call myself is a person that is very that I will tell the victim's story, all of it, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. And so, but I will say this, when it gets to that day, if you can't be here, if you don't want to be here, there's no judgment. Everybody has to do what they think is best, and I won't judge you. All right, but I'm just letting you know I am playing it, whatever they allow us to hear.
Mr. Gold, we wish to make it open. I'm sorry?
We wish to make an opening, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Gold.
Please, the court.
Yes, sir.
I hear you, Music City Mom. My nuggie is 5. She's right here with me. Now, obviously, I want it to be.
Leave it on the easel.
Let me just say this. Yes, she is currently in the house with me, but I have headphones in. She is not in the room with me. I'm in a completely different room. I would never. But you know how things get twisted on the internet. So let's just keep going. All right, here we go.
Morning. About this time last year, in the NBA playoffs, there was a player named Tyrese Halliburton. And he played for the Indiana Pacers, and they were ranked like 4th in the East, something like that. But he led that team to the finals against the best team in the league, the Oklahoma City Thunder. He got him all the way to Game 7. But he was injured. If someone's physically injured, you can see it. You can see him limp. Maybe he had a calf injury. Gets to that Game 7. Starts out hot, hits 3 3-pointers, they're winning. He's in the game, they're winning. He's out of the game, they're losing. And then his Achilles snaps. I don't know if you've seen that before, but that's a very visible injury. You can see that tendon go up under the skin. You can see him hit the ground, pound on it, pain and frustration, and you know he's done. Not playing anymore. When someone has a physical injury, we kind of understand. You're not going to run as fast if you're an amputee. You're not going to jump as high. We knew he was playing hurt. We still wanted him to play through it. We still wanted him to win, right? Once that snaps, you know he's done. He's not going to play anymore. I like to say we understand. If you wanted him to win, you're still not happy about it. When someone's brain is what's injured, you don't see it. It's not visible at a glance. We don't treat it the same. We want people to push through it. We want them to be okay. We're talking about a developmental issue, talking about a mental illness, brain damage. Well, you should outgrow that. Everybody's sad sometimes. You got strength. Just use your strength to make up for the deficit. A bone that's 99% unbroken is still a broken bone. It's not going to support the weight. It's not going to do its job. There are experts that can tell you, measure, testing, research, what's wrong with the brain, why it's not functioning the way you expect it to. They can show you causal links between what's wrong with the brain and how someone behaves, why they don't fit in, why they don't function the way someone who doesn't have those deficits functions. But do we really need that? It's not true that we don't know when something's wrong with someone. You know that someone ain't right. They don't pick up on the social cues. They can't solve the problems they should be able to solve with the intelligence they have. They can't put themselves in someone else's shoes the way everyone else does, the way you have to. Tanner's injury actually began before he was born. His mother, God bless her, Melissa Horner, was working as a stripper when she was pregnant. And one of the ways she was able to get on stage and do her job was to drink alcohol. If you're exposed to alcohol prenatally before you're born, it doesn't have to be a lot. It can be in the first trimester. We know now that if it's just in the wrong days of gestation, it will cause permanent injuries. Now, Melissa continued throughout Tanner's life to this day to have issues with substance abuse with the law. So she was not there for him a lot. Kind of in and out of her care. His dad, unfortunately, had similar issues, more legal, more substance abuse, and he wasn't there much either. So he was raised by Jackie Harbison. Jackie is a wonderful grandmother, and she's done the best she can with him. She had him tested at a young age, and the school determined he had Asperger's, which is now considered a form of autism spectrum disorder. Now, autism ranges from there's some mild quirks, some social issues, things like that, all the way up to being unable to function. That's why they call it a spectrum. Tanner received services throughout his school life until he was 18. Autism is one of those things, though, that you're taught skills to deal with. It doesn't go away. It's not something you outgrow. A lot of people, as they get to adulthood, have learned skills and are able to cope. You're going to hear evidence about Tanner's autism. Tanner, unfortunately, has also suffered various mental illnesses throughout his life, been diagnosed, he's received treatment for, and some of those are ongoing. We will hear about those and what issues he has there. And finally, you will hear evidence that Tanner at some point, presumably during his developmental years, was exposed to a massive amount of lead. Testing shows that he has 24 times the amount of lead that a person his age should have in his bones. You don't have to be a scientist or a doctor to know that lead has terrible effects on the brain and on the body. Why does this matter? Well, remember back in the beginning when we were in the group, the judge told you, the state told you, the defense told you how important the presumption of innocence is. How important the state's burden of proof is. You have to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Tanner has done what he can today by pleading guilty, accepting that he's going to spend the rest of his life in prison. Now, I understand I have a different perspective on this because I've represented a lot of defendants who won't do that. The evidence is overwhelming. As the state said, it's terrible. I hate that we all have to sit through it together. But all across America today, there are defendants that are relying on that presumption of innocence and that burden of proof in their cases to try to get a non-guilty verdict, no matter how the evidence is stacked against them. You even heard in that group, or here that we did, that the state suggested we might try to get a non-capital verdict in this case, a lesser included offense. We're not doing any of that. So where does that leave you? We've already talked about it. That's why we spent the time in individual voir dire going over everything. You've taken that oath now, that second oath we talked about, to follow the law. And the law in Texas never requires a death penalty. The law in Texas is always satisfied with life without parole.
Objection, argument, Your Honor. Overruled.
Life without parole is a terrible punishment. You are being asked to use your personal moral judgment to apply that special issue number 1 to the evidence that you do here. It's going to take a while. It'll be from both sides. But remember, that's whether there's a probability that the defendant will commit criminal acts of violence that constitute a continuing threat to society. We believe when you've heard the evidence, you'll realize that the type of damage that Tanner has to his brain actually makes him a good candidate for structure and rules. It's probably what he's always needed. And when he goes to prison, he will be under threat. He will not be the one threatening you. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt that he is a continuing threat to society, then you'll use your personal moral judgment to consider that second question. Whether or not there's a sufficient mitigating circumstance or circumstances to warrant a life sentence instead of a death sentence. We've talked about that already too. What is a sufficient mitigating circumstance from the evidence? It's whatever you find sufficient to justify a life sentence. Remember, you don't have to agree on why he isn't a continuing threat to society, and you don't have to agree on what a mitigating circumstance is. When you do see this evidence, the break is obvious. The only way to ignore that damage came, or that break came from the damage that was already there, is just like with Halliburton. If you ignore that his calf was already injured, that's how an Achilles tendon snaps. We still expected him to push through and win. We still expected Tanner to push through and be a father and be a productive citizen and be all the things that we wanted him to be. But he just didn't do it. So what I'm asking you to do is to not close your eyes to what you see about who Tanner is and how that applies to those two special issues. Not close your ears and not listen, not pretend that damage to the brain isn't real. Speak up, fulfill your oath, sentence him to life without parole.
Lindsey Thompson.
Lindsey Thompson.
While we wait for this next witness, or the first witness, I have no doubt in my mind that there's something very wrong with Tanner Horner. The fact of the matter is, though, that something very wrong makes him dangerous to society, and he should be put to death. He's eligible for the death penalty.
Ms. Thompson, come right here, please. Good morning.
Good morning.
Have a seat. You would raise your right hand for me. Solemnly swear or affirm testimony given this cause to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Okay. There's a rule of evidence in effect that says you cannot be in court unless you're testifying. And once you have testified, do not discuss your testimony with anybody else except the lawyers, okay?
Okay.
Mr. Staten?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Thompson, would you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court?
Yes, my name is Lindsey Thompson, Lindsey, Thompson, Thompson.
Ms. Thompson, I noticed you're wearing a green jacket there that has an emblem on it. What's that for?
I am a first grade teacher at Paradise Elementary in Paradise ISD.
Can you tell us a little bit about where Paradise is located?
Paradise is about 40 miles northwest of Fort Worth. A very small town, population under 1,000. Very small schools, one stoplight, your typical small town.
And tell me about Paradise ISD. How many kids do they have, and what size school is it?
UIL classifies us as a 3A district. We have about 100 students per grade level, give or take a little bit.
And you said you're a first grade teacher?
Yes, I am.
How long have you been a first grade teacher?
I have been at Paradise ISD this is my 7th year, and prior to that I was in another district for 5 years teaching first grade.
So you're kind of a permanent first grade teacher.
Yes, I do love first grade.
So in your class, in Ms. Thompson's class, on average, about how many kids do you have in the class?
Between 18 and 20.
Now I'm going to take you back a little bit, if you will, back to it's been a few years, to the 2022 school year, okay?
Were you teaching first grade then?
Yes, I was.
And did you have the same 18 to 20 kids?
Yes, I did.
Now, during that school year, did you have a chance to have a student in your class by the name of Athena Strand?
I did.
And tell me, when did she come to your class?
The first time I met Athena was at Meet the Teacher night. Her stepmom brought her in, and I vividly remember her coming in. She had all of her supplies. She was so excited about being at school. I can just still remember her just standing there, just excited to be there. And that was the first time that I met Athena.
And tell us a little bit about what kind of student was she?
I adored Athena. She was so much fun. She was a free spirit. She loved drawing. She loved to write. She loved to color. She was just your typical, 7-year-old little girl that just loved life. She would come in with, stickers on her hands. She loved to dress up. Like, she truly was a free spirit. Like, there's no other word to describe her. Like, she definitely was a true gem.
I'm going to bet when you say free spirit, is that kind of a nice way of saying that she might have been a little more enthusiastic in your class than some other kids?
Yes. She's one that would stand up for herself, and she would speak her mind when she wanted to. She loved to talk and socialize with her friends, but that's just who made her who she was.
So let me ask you, how long, you said it was Meet the Teacher night. When does Meet the Teacher night normally happen in a year?
In August, like about the week before school starts.
And then she was in your class through when?
November 30th, 2022.
Now, just so that we're clear, can you describe her physically for the jury?
Yes, she was thin and petite. She had blonde hair that sometimes she'd wear up, but most of the time it was down, wavy. She had perfect color skin, but she was always smiling.
Judge Matt?
Yes.
I'll show you two pictures. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
And these are states 1 and 2. Who is that in those pictures?
And that is Athena Strand.
Is that what she looked like the last time you saw her?
Yes.
So it's actually mid states 1 and 2.
Have you seen it tender it to
Oh, I'm
defense?
sorry. You did it yesterday.
Tender it to defense?
Oh, I'm sorry.
How old would you, Your Honor, if we could just...
Sure.
I thought we had it on drive. I'm sorry.
Okay.
States exhibits 1 and 2 are admitted.
You published 1 and 2?
Yes. Can all of the members of the jury see the
Oh,
display
yes.
board?
Sorry.
No. Can all the members see the display board? Okay.
figures itself out, we'll talk about that in a second, all right? Let me go. Let me ask you, let me take you to November of 2022 in any given school year. What is going on in November of 22 in any given school year in Ms. Thompson's first grade class?
Well, at the end of November, we are getting ready for Christmas, so it's a little bit chaotic, but everyone is super excited about Christmas coming, so we're doing Christmas crafts, writing Santa letters, just all the fun things that bring magic to first graders back at school.
You said that's at the end, right? Do you have some type of Thanksgiving break in the middle?
We do, yes.
And so let me take you to November of 2022. Do you remember when Thanksgiving break was that year?
It would have been the week before November 30th.
Okay. So let's talk about a couple of things. Thanksgiving break, obviously good for students and teachers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you, what is it like when kids come back from that Thanksgiving break?
It's a little bit chaotic, just because they know Christmas is coming. So they're just super excited. And so we, do lots of different activities to keep them engaged and still, ready to learn. Yes.
You said that after Thanksgiving break is we start looking towards Christmas, is that right?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you about another time during school, and it's something that is commonly called Red Ribbon Week. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
Tell us what Red Ribbon Week is.
Red Ribbon Week is a week where it usually falls around Halloween, but we focus on making good choices, whether it be who we interact with, things we put in our body. It's, like I said, it's around Halloween, so we talk a lot about the candy that you have in your basket, make sure that your parent checks that before, but it's really just about safety and being aware of your surroundings and teaching kids that.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 2. Tell me what you noticed about that picture.
She is wearing her Hocus Pocus shirt, and she did love Halloween and love dressing up.
So, was Athena in your class after you come back from Thanksgiving break?
She was.
And doing those activities you talked about?
Yes.
And was she there during Red Ribbon Week that year?
Yes, she was.
Right. Judge it for me. Show you the report, State's Exhibit 4. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That is a journal entry from Athena's journal.
And how do you know that's from Athena's journal?
The following day after she was found, I looked in her journal at school, and this was the last entry in her journal.
And you recognize that as her journal?
Yes, it is.
Just read out to Mid-States 4.
Lulu says I would always get a note after Thanksgiving for my son at school.
Relevance.
Yes, same for my boys. Not for my girls, but for my boys, yes. 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 After Thanksgiving break, that elementary, especially like first through third, they tend to be rowdy as hell.
More prejudicial and probative and due process.
Objections overruled. State's Exhibit 4 is admitted.
Ms. Thompson, you said something about you knew when exactly that you noticed this in her journal. When exactly was that?
It would have been on December 1st, 2022.
And we know Athena was murdered on November 30th.
Yes.
What day was that you found that?
It was Saturday, December 1st.
So at that point, we hadn't found her yet, had we?
No, sorry. It was on Saturday, December 2nd.
December 2nd?
Yes, sorry.
And so have we found her body by that time?
Yes.
Okay, and you're up at school and you're looking?
Yes.
And in that particular journal week, you said that, is that during Red Ribbon Week?
Yes, that was something we wrote during Red Ribbon Week.
And I'm not gonna have you read it exactly, but what is Athena learning in that journal entry that day?
She is learning to stay away from strangers.
Stranger danger.
Yes.
And as part of her schoolwork and stuff during that week in that journal entry, what's going on during that? What are the students learning about?
They are learning about just staying safe, whether it be with interaction with other people or things that they're putting into their bodies. Just learning how to be safe as a child.
And part of that would be staying away from strangers.
Yes.
Or people that children know are strangers.
Yes.
Now, I'm going to take you to the. I'm going to take you to the end of November, on Monday, November 28th.
Mm-hmm.
Were you in school that day?
Yes.
Was Athena in school that day?
Yes, she was.
I think you talked a minute ago how you guys were doing Christmas stuff.
Yes.
How far away from Christmas break at that time?
About 3 weeks.
Judge, can we publish states 4?
Sure.
Is this what you were talking about before?
Yes.
Is her writing?
Yes.
And that was the last writing she had in your class?
Yes.
Let's talk a little bit about that last week. Okay.
Oh, look at her little drawing, y'all. This week is Red Ribbon Week. Today I learned to stay, excuse me, away from strangers and not to take stuff from strangers. Bless her little heart. What a monster this
Monday
motherfucker
is
is.
the 28th,
Yes.
and I'm going to take you to that Wednesday, November 3rd. Was Athena also in your class that day?
She was.
Now, I'm going to ask you a couple of things here, and just to verify this. When we show you States Exhibit 1, that picture of her, or States 2 in her Hocus Pocus, is that what she looked like on that day?
Yes.
And when I tell you, and I use the term mandatory reporter, do you know what that means?
I do.
What does that mean?
That means as a teacher, I'm required to notify CPS if I have any concerns of neglect or harm.
Right. And in this particular case, when we see those pictures of Athena that you had, is that what she looked like?
Yes.
Did she have any bruises or other injuries on her?
No,
that
she
day?
did not.
No? Okay. And I didn't tell you this in the beginning, but she's taken all this stuff down. So when I ask a question,
Okay.
then you answer.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
I didn't mention that before.
Okay.
All right, so let's take you to that Wednesday. She's in your class, and anything go on that day that was unusual or out of the ordinary?
No, I mean, it was a typical, middle of the week. Like I have talked about before, it was, right before Christmas, so everything was a little bit chaotic. As teachers, we have to really, make sure our classroom management is strong during that time. Athena, that particular day, she was talking a lot and, just being a kid. And so I did have to write her binder that afternoon just to let, parents know that she did have a little bit of a struggle that day.
So a little bit of a rough day for Athena that day.
Yes, yes.
Let me show you, what we've marked as States 3. Can you tell me what that is?
Yes, that is a writing that Athena did from the first week of school. We read a story about being a good listener, and then the students responded by how they can be a good listener.
All right. And is there a picture on that?
Yes, there is.
And did you take that picture?
I did.
Okay.
Yes.
And did you create this for their class?
Yes.
Judge, we'd ask if it states 3. We're starting.
We understand objections, hearsay, relevance, or prejudicial, probative, and due process.
Those objections are overruled. States 3 is admitted.
Ms. Thompson, when did you say that picture was taken?
That picture was taken on the first day of school.
And we know, when was her last day of school?
November 30th, 2022.
And you said she had a bit of a rough day, a little bit too much talking.
Yes,
Did you have to be a teacher?
I did.
And when you say you write in somebody's binder, for a first grader, is that a pretty big deal?
Yes, I mean, for the most part, yes, but just to let parents know kind of like what happened at school and, you know, just kind of give them an idea of what's happening in the classroom.
When Athena left school that day, what time does school normally let out?
3:25.
And let me just ask you this. What did you say to Athena when she left for school that day, leaving school that day?
I told her, I gave her a hug, and I told her, I love you, and we will have a better day tomorrow.
Did you have it tomorrow?
I did not.
When's the next day back at school?
It would have been Thursday.
Athena's not in your class, is she?
She is not.
What about Friday?
She's not in my class.
And part of this is, I'm going to ask you, what was going on in your class? How did that affect your class for those 2 days with her missing?
It was very hard. A lot of kids, some knew that something was not right, but I mean, everyone knew she was not there. I was still having to count her absent. A lot of kids, you could tell their anxiety, like they were worried. They knew something was wrong. Her desk was empty. But it was a very hard 2 days in the classroom.
So now we roll to Saturday. You said that's when you found out?
I found out Friday evening.
Friday evening on the 2nd.
Mm-hmm.
Did she depart?
Mm-hmm.
Let's move forward to Monday. You go back to school Monday?
Yes.
How do you go back to school on Monday after that?
Because I knew that the rest of my class needed their teacher. And they needed someone to love them and support them and help them walk through this.
So what's happening in the school that day, that Monday?
We have a crisis team, which includes local counselors within our district, people from local churches. They come in to talk and support kids. We read off a script of letting them know that their classmate is no longer there. We do activities to try to help them begin the grieving process. There's just a lot going on, like just trying to help kids cope and learn. Like this is a big thing for them at 6 and 7 years old to have to walk through. And so there's just a lot of counseling, guidance, and support that is happening.
And at this point,
We need to take a break. How much longer do you anticipate with this witness?
a little bit.
Okay. All right, let's take our morning break. We will we'll come back at 20 minutes to 11, okay? 15 minutes, all right? See you then.
I'm Hang on just a sec, you guys. Okay, so I can't imagine what that feels. I mean, I can and I can't. I remember being in third grade and a little girl that had gone missing in Tucson, Vicky, she was found. And I remember it being on the news, but she didn't go to our school, so it wasn't the same. I remember how freaked out all of us kids were because it was the first, it was a stranger. And I remember how freaked out it was. I can't imagine what these poor kids and these poor teachers went through.
All right, before we get started, Mr. Goble, there's something that you wanted to put in the record.
Yeah, Your Honor, I would like to object.
We have quiet in the court, please.
I would object to the public items remaining on the screen after the witnesses make their comments on them. It's essentially just paying the jury and distracting them. I would just ask for a running objection to that.
Your objection is overruled. You may have a running objection.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, are we ready to resume? Lunch for the jury won't be here till about 12:30, so we'll work up to as close as we can to that time, okay?
Yes, sir.
Y'all ready to resume?
Ready, Your Honor.
Okay, let's go.
Don't get yourself
All right, everyone may be seated. We are ready to proceed, Mr. State.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thompson, when we left off, we were talking a little bit about your classroom that Monday and what's going on, and you talked about we have counselors there, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And what was going on with the kids in your classroom that day?
They were very confused. As 6 and 7 year olds, they have a really hard time understanding the loss of a friend. We did a lot of grief groups. We read stories, just trying to help them start that grieving and healing process.
And in this particular situation, are they aware of what had happened to her?
Yes, they were.
So they know that she was taken against her will and murdered.
Yes,
And these kids are how old?
6 and 7.
Let's talk about you. You've been teaching how many years total now?
This is my 12th year.
And how does this affect you as a teacher?
When I look at my life and career, I have before Athena and I have after, and it looks very different.
How so?
Every day I hug my kids as they walk out the door and tell them that they love them. But now every day when I do that, and for the rest of my teaching career, I have to think about what if they do not come back tomorrow.
So we are now approaching 4 years out?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Is this still affecting those kids?
Yes.
How so?
There are several of those students who they are now in 4th grade, and there are several that are still having outside counselors. Several students that are afraid to sleep in their own bed, will not play in their front yard.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained.
Can't talk about things that you've been told by other people.
Yes.
Would you say this has had a big effect on these kids?
Yes.
Would you say that it's a lingering effect that's continued all the way to the 4th grade?
Yes.
Last thing I'm going to talk with you about here is, tell me about the mailbox.
So, when Athena passed, we wanted to do something for our students so they could learn how to grieve. And so we had a mailbox made that was placed outside of our classroom.
And let me stop you right there. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions.
Yes.
This mailbox.
Yes.
Who made this mailbox?
My husband and I did.
And was it only in your classroom? Where was it?
It was between 2 first-grade classrooms in the hallway.
And when we say mailbox, I want to make sure I understand what we're talking about. Would this be a normal, like we would see mailbox?
Yes, on a stand, yes.
And was that your idea to have this mailbox?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of you putting this mailbox or bringing it to the children? What was the purpose?
I wanted them to have the opportunity to write letters to Athena to help process.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Overruled.
To help process, and they would write, draw pictures, whatever they were feeling, and they would place in that mailbox.
And again, like I said, I'm not going to ask you what any of them said, so to speak. So you're saying the purpose was for these kids to be able to express themselves by writing or coloring and put in that mailbox.
Yes.
And so that mailbox, when did it arrive in between the 2 first-grade classrooms?
The day that we returned to school, so that Monday.
And did you get some letters in?
A lot, from all grade levels.
So did the mailbox stay there or in your classroom? Where did it end up?
We eventually moved it inside the classroom, but it began to get too much for the kids. They would tell me when they saw that, it made them think of Athena and what happened to her, and so we had to remove it out of the classroom.
And so how long did this mailbox, was it a fixture in the school?
For the remainder of the year, we moved it up to the front office, and kids still continue to put things in there, but it was in a different location in the office.
How many letters do you think you got in that mailbox?
Oh, over 100.
And just a little bit of in the school before it let out?
Yes.
When we talk about you, you said that you've had some struggles as a teacher.
Yes.
Have you had any struggles as a person?
Yes.
Tell us about it.
I have been through hours of therapy, trying to heal from this. I have lost 2 other students back to back with this tragedy, but this has hit me the hardest. It has forever changed my life, forever changed how I teach my kids. One of the biggest moments of struggle for me was one day I had a little girl. She came out into the hall. This was about 3 months after everything. And she was crying. And she sat down and she said, "Miss Thompson, I really miss Athena, but I'm afraid that this is going to happen to me too." And at that moment, I did not know.
Stay.
I
It
didn't,
affected your kids.
it did. It did.
You.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Thanks for coming in today, Ms. Thompson. My name is Steve Goebel. I'm with the attorneys for HornerHorner. I just have a couple of quick questions. On that state's exhibit number 4, the journal entry,
Yes.
the date on the top of that was October 27th, 2022.
Yes.
And what date did you say that was turned in?
I opened up her journal on December 2nd, and that was the day that I saw it. Yes.
So was that something they wrote in date
It was weekly between like October and then December. We do a lot of writing outside of our journal, so that's why there was nothing in there after that.
And I think you, either today or previously, have described Athena as being very friendly,
Yes,
very kind of talkative.
yes.
Was there a story too that she maybe had befriended a new student?
She had,
Can
yes.
you tell us about that?
We had a student that came in to our classroom, and he had some needs that needed to be met, and she opened her arms to him. She played with him on the playground. Like, she just had a big heart, and that's just who she was.
That's wonderful. Thank you for testifying.
Yes.
You motherfucker. Did he just try it? Am I just being salty? But did he just try it? Did he just try to put it out there to the jury that this 7-year-old little girl was friendly and that maybe she was friendly to this POS? Is that what he just tried to do? Bruh.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be finally excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. Who do you have next?
Elizabeth Ashley Strand.
Elizabeth Strand.
This is Athena's stepmother coming to the stand. She is the one who called 911. She is the one who discovered that Athena was missing. Neat says, I think this is going to go fast. The defense isn't going to argue with the witnesses. I don't think direct is going to, I don't think the state's case in chief is going to, I think you're right. I think that's going to go quick, but I think that the defense, they are going to put on witnesses. They're trying to save his life here. That's all they can do. So they have to put on as much mitigating evidence as they can. And the defense, but the state, for their part, is going to put on as much aggravating aggravators as they can, aggravating evidence as they can. So I'm not sure how fast this is going to really go. I don't think there'll be a ton of cross-examination, so maybe that'll make it seem faster, but they said weeks.
Your Honor, can we approach from there?
Sure.
Of course, you're going to approach. Lulu, thank you, because I thought for a minute I was just being like, extra, but I'm glad that I'm not the only one. Neat says I took it more as Athena was a kind, forgiving girl who understands that some people are troubled or different. Okay, Neat. That could be it as well. I think because I meant his first question about her being a friendly girl. I think he could have gotten to that question without asking about her being friendly. There was something, it just hit me wrong. I don't know what his intent is or was, but it just hit me wrong. All right. They're going to approach. I don't want to skip ahead too much, you guys, because remember we have like an hour of lunch to get through. And I want to make sure that we have plenty of skip left over for the lunch. Like, for example, we're only 10 minutes behind. So we definitely need to be able to save up for the skips for the lunch. So even if we have to sit through some of this, I'd rather sit through some of these sidebars than sit through an hour of lunch. That's how you took it to Jonah's mom? Maybe it could be both. Maybe the second part of the question where he asked about the little boy that she helped, maybe that is where he was going with that. But the first part, maybe we're both right. Or maybe I'm completely wrong and you guys are 100% right. Who knows?
Good morning. You would raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm testimony given this cause to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Okay, give me a lower your hand. There's rule of evidence is in effect. So
I want to remind everybody that when all of this originally took place, this woman, Elizabeth Strand, Athena's stepmother, took a rash of shit on the internet from people blaming her, outright accusing her, saying that she harmed Athena. So I don't even know, like, she had to go through all of that, you know. And do you think that the same people that were making those accusations loudly were just as loud about apologizing? Probably not.
you cannot be in court unless you're testifying what you have testified. Do not discuss your testimony with anybody else except the lawyers, okay?
Yes.
All right. Whose witness is this? Mr. State.
Yes, Your Honor. You have a little of me today.
Okay.
Ma'am, your first name is Elizabeth. Is that the common spelling, Elizabeth?
Yes.
Okay. But you go by Ashley, is that right?
Yes.
And how do you spell Ashley?
ASHLEY.
And as it applies to this case, your last name is Strand?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to take you right to this. I want to take you back to November of 22. Okay?
Okay.
What was your address at that particular time in November of 2022?
268 County Road
You
35.
need to speak up a little bit closer. Okay.
It's 268 County Road 3573 in Paradise.
Okay. And just so you're aware, we want to make sure everybody can hear what you have to say.
Yes.
All right? You're kind of soft-spoken, so you may have to pull that microphone up to you a little bit. You don't have my voice.
Got it.
All right. Let me just get a little information about that address. Where is that address located?
Well, technically in Cottondale, but in Paradise.
Okay. Those are towns, right?
Yes.
Okay. What county are they in?
Wise County.
Wise County. Okay. And so you said two towns. You said Paradise?
Yes.
And then you said Cottondale.
Cottondale.
Okay. And, tell us just a little bit about Paradise as a town.
It's a very small town. One stoplight kind of town.
Okay.
Just a nice little quiet town.
What about, you said the town of Cottondale?
Yeah, it's inside of Paradise.
Okay. Is it bigger or
It's
smaller?
even smaller than Paradise is. I mean, there's tiniest little church ever out there, so.
Okay. So besides the tiniest little church ever, that's the only thing that is in Cottondale?
I mean, lots of nice, little properties and just, places for, just.
Let me help you with that. Is this small town country life is what you're telling me?
Yes, very much country life where, you let your kids go play and ride four-wheelers and stuff and.
Did my approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 5. Do you recognize that map and anything on that?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about how you recognize it and what is it?
That is the property that we live on. That's the driveway. You gotta go all the way up. It's really far. And then there's the circle drive where you go. And
Let me ask you, do you recognize the road that takes you to County Road 3573?
yes,
And do you recognize County Road 3573 has been the road you testified about?
yes.
Judge, we asked to admit states 5.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 5 is admitted.
Okay. Can we publish that, please? Yes, sir. While the computer is doing its thing, let me ask you a little bit. What's the primary road that you are on to get to County Road 3573?
2123.
Okay, is this another county road or country road that's out there?
I mean, it's the main road that goes through Paradise.
Okay. All right. Have a little ambiance.
It's easier to see.
Thank you, Judge. So on this map here, where is the 2123 on this map here that we're looking at on the board?
I mean, it's at the bottom.
Okay, so that road there that runs left and right across the bottom, that's 2123?
Yes.
And then where is County Road 3573 that you were talking about?
Right up there where it says Almond Road, but it also says 3573 if you go up a little further.
And is that the road that you lived on?
Yes.
And so as we go down that road, where is your property location on that road?
That first driveway that you can visibly see on the right-hand side.
On the right. So right there where Mr. Berry's put the arrow. Is that right?
I'm sorry?
Right?
Yep, right there.
Okay. Thank you, Pat. All right, so let's talk just a little bit about your address. You said it's closest, I guess, a real town would be Paradise?
Yes. I mean, it's yes.
Despite the fact that it only has one stoplight, that's the
Yes.
closest town. Okay. And you've got your house on here where you were living at the time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And let's talk about the driveway. Is it a straight through turnaround? What are we talking about here?
I mean, you got to go all the way down and turn around, but you could just, you can see the circle where you go straight down, turn right around, and head right out.
All right. And do you know how many 100 feet it is from the road to your turnaround there?
Oh Lord, no.
All right. You don't have a concept on distance?
No.
Okay. So now this particular picture here, has the property changed a little bit since you were living out there?
Yes.
Okay. And is the road arrangement about the same as what it was before?
Yes.
Okay. And what's different?
Well, there used to be a trailer right across where you can see the carport at the very end of the driveway. There used to be a trailer right there, right in front of that black roof right there.
We'll talk to you about that in a second. Now, on this particular property in 2022, was it just you living on the property? Who else lived there?
It was me and my daughter and Athena, and then my, at the time, about 18 month, year and a half old, and Jacob.
Okay. I'm going to get all these people right. So you and
Yes.
Jacob.
Me and Jacob.
Were you married to Jacob at that time?
Yes.
Okay. You said you have a daughter.
Yes.
What's her name?
Alice.
And Athena.
Yes.
And you said you had a youngster.
Yes, Yersa.
How old was yours at the time?
She was about a year and a half.
Busy mom.
Yes.
Now, let me ask you, on that piece of property, is it just y'all, y'all's family? When I say y'all's family, I mean your immediate family, or are there other people you're related to on the same property?
Yes, and then it's us right there, and then my sister-in-law and her husband are right down the hill.
Okay. And so on this piece of property, you have essentially, would you say, two families?
Yes.
Your family with you, Jacob, Alice, Athena, little baby Yersa.
Yes.
And then on the same piece of property, you had your brother and sister-in-law and their family.
Yes.
And what about on that road? Are you familiar with your? Let me strike that, Your Honor. On this particular road, can you describe 3573 for the jury?
I mean, it's a fairly decent-sized cul-de-sac. We all have our little group messenger on there, so we all know each other fairly decently.
When you say cul-de-sac, would we also call that a dead-end road?
Yes.
And so it looks here like you live about halfway down that road. Is that right?
Give or take, yes.
Okay. I think we've already established we're not going to ask you about distances, okay?
Yes, thank you.
So, but are you fairly familiar with who your neighbors are and where they live?
Yes.
And let me ask you, do you know the Huffman family?
I do, yes.
And who are they?
Their kids are actually friends with my daughter.
Okay. And where do they live in relation to where you are on
At the very end of the
Objection of
cul-de-sac.
relevance.
Sustained.
So, this particular road, being that it's a dead-end road, does this have a lot of traffic on it?
No.
And we talked about your kids. Alice, is she older or younger than Athena?
She's older.
How old at the time back in 22 was Alice?
She was 10.
Okay. And Athena, how old was she back in 2022, November of 2022?
She was 7.
And you said a little girl, so it was a year and a half. Is that right?
Yes.
Of the kids, I'm assuming that Alice and Athena went to school. Where'd they go to school?
At Paradise.
And how did the two girls normally get to and from school?
The bus.
And let me take you back to November 30th, okay, of 2022.
Yes.
Anything unusual about that day up until the time the two girls go to school?
No, nothing.
They get picked up by the bus normally?
Yes.
Given that it's a 10 and a 7-year-old girl, were you able to get them on the bus at the appropriate time?
Yes.
Okay. Is that hard sometimes?
It's a little rough sometimes. You know how the little girls can be.
Okay. And let me ask you, what do you mean by that, about how little girls can be?
You know, they like to pick out their own clothes and do their own hair and, you know.
May not meet mom's approval.
Yeah. But you gotta let them choose their own things.
I'll show you a picture that's already been admitted. There we go. Thank you, Mr. King. Do you recognize the girl in Taste Exhibit 1?
Yes.
And who is that?
That's Athena.
And is that what she looked like back in November of 2022?
Yes.
And do you know, have information on when those pictures were taken?
About the weekend before, so 4 days before. November 30th.
Okay. So that particular picture, do you know who took that picture?
Her mom did.
Okay. And where was she when her mom took that picture?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained.
Do you know where those pictures were taken?
Objection, Your Honor, that calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
How did Athena come to live with you guys in Cottondale?
Her mom was sick and she wanted to stay for the summer, so she came and stayed with us and then ended up staying for the school year.
So do you remember what month she first arrived?
In May
Of?
of 22.
Where does Athena's mom live?
She lives in Oklahoma.
So in this particular picture that we're talking about, is that where Athena was in Oklahoma when her mom took that picture?
Yes.
Now, she's been there with you since May of 2022.
Yes.
And when does school start?
In August.
And so did she start school with Alice?
Yes.
And what grade would she be in? What grade would Alice be in?
She was in 1st grade. Alice was in 5th grade, I believe. Or
Now,
4th grade.
we talked about when Athena moved with y'all from her mom's in Oklahoma. That was in May of 2022.
Yes.
How long have you been in Athena's life?
Oh goodness. Since 2017. So she was about a year and a half when I came around.
Okay. Now, we've seen a couple of pictures here in the courtroom, Athena. This one here,
Yes.
the red bow. Do you have a favorite picture of Athena?
Yes.
I'm not gonna have you pull it out and show it or anything, but can you describe that picture for us?
Yeah. She was very much an outdoorsy kid, and it's her. She's about 5 years old, and her and Alice had been playing outside in the mud all day long, and she comes up to me and she's holding this gross little worm in her hand. She is covered in mud. Like, I mean, head to toe, it's all over her face, and she's so excited to have this little worm. That's my favorite picture of her.
That's the one you go to, that's the one you remember.
Thanks.
Now, I'm gonna take you to November 30th, 2022, okay? If you need a glass of water or anything, it's right there, okay? That's a Wednesday. And did Athena and I must go to school normally that day? I think I already asked you
Yes.
that. And do you remember any particular item of clothing that Athena was wearing that day?
She was wearing some jeans with little red flowers on the pockets.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'll show you what we've marked as State's Exhibit 6. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
What are those?
Those are those pants.
Are those the ones that you just told us she was wearing on the day, November 30th, 2022?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with those?
I mean, because they're her pants. They're...
All right, let me ask you, do you recognize the size and the style?
Yes.
And do you recognize those as the one that she wore on that day?
Yes.
Okay. And are those, is that the same thing that you described to law enforcement that she was wearing on that day when she went missing?
Yes.
Has to admit, States.
No objections.
State's Exhibit 6 is admitted.
We publish that fact? So on the day that she went missing, November 30th of 2022, we talked a little bit about what she was wearing, and you remembered that she was wearing these pants
Yes.
with the little flowers on the pocket. And that's what you told law enforcement.
Yes.
Let's talk a little bit about how we get to that point, okay? What time did the kids get home that day?
Around 4:20 is when the bus usually drops them off.
And was that normal for them to be home at that time?
Yes.
And so on that particular day, what's Alice up to that day?
She had to go down to my sister-in-law's because she needed help with her homework.
All right. And then what's Athena up to that day?
She was up at the house hanging out with me and the baby, and doing her laundry and playing with her through the windows.
All right. And I'll ask this from the mom perspective. What's she supposed to be doing that?
She was supposed to be sorting her laundry.
All right. How was that working out?
Not very well.
Okay. And was that kind of to be expected?
Yes.
What are you, mom of a 1.5-year-old, what are you doing
I
during
was
that time?
I was cooking dinner.
What's for dinner?
Trout.
Trout.
Yes, trout.
Just trout and nothing
And
else?
trout and couscous.
Okay. So mom and baby are cooking dinner. And during that time, Athena was supposed to be doing her laundry.
Yes.
Anything out of the ordinary up until that point?
No, nothing.
Now, this piece of property that you're on, do you know how many acres it is total, you and the sister-in-law?
Me and the sister-in-law, it's 10.
Okay. And let me just ask you, was it commonplace for the kids to play and be out on the property in the country?
Very much, yes.
And I noticed on the map we had up there before, there looked to be a little pond on that, is that right?
Yes.
And so I'm just trying to get if it was normal for the kids to be outside in the country on the property.
Yes, of course.
So at this particular time, got you cooking dinner. What's Jacob up to?
He had left for a hunting trip.
Okay. Let me back up a little bit. So the kids got home, you said around 4:20.
Yes.
What time does Jacob leave to go on his hunting trip?
Oh goodness.
Let me
I
ask it
don't
this way.
remember.
Did he leave before or after they got home from school?
After they got home from school.
So Jacob's headed hunting, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And you said after he left at some point. Do you remember when he left?
I do not remember what time he left.
And so we're sometime after the kids get home from school at 4:20.
Yes.
What time did you expect to have dinner ready for the kids?
Around 6:30 is, about dinner time every night.
Okay. And so I asked you earlier a little bit about the kids on your property. What kinds of things did Alice and Athena do on your property on that 10 acres?
Oh, goodness. I mean, they would play and run around outside. They had their favorite tree that they would go to. They would run back and forth up and down the hill to their aunt's house to go play with her boys. Just being kids in the country.
At some point, when did you discover that Athena wasn't where you expected her to be?
It was whenever dinner was done and I was gonna go get her and tell her.
So tell us a little bit about between dinner being done and you looking for Athena. What happened in that little short time span?
I went to get her. I saw that she wasn't in her room sorting her clothes. And so I, looked around, couldn't find her. I called Heather to see if she had gone down to her house. She said that she hadn't gone down to her house.
Let me stop you. Let me ask you a couple of short questions here. Is Heather your sister-in-law?
Yes.
Is that the other house that you pointed out to us?
Yes.
So it wouldn't have been unusual for Athena and Alice to go over to the sister-in-law's house?
No, not at all.
Was she at the sister-in-law's house?
No.
Excuse me. It's always technology.
I just have to say this, Jonah's mom. I think it is so cool how close you are with your cousins. I wish I was close like that with mine, but they're far away. They live in Arizona. I was close with them when I was.
Was it unusual for her, like you said, they had a favorite tree? Is that right?
Yes.
What was it about this tree that they played on?
I don't even know. It is, I guess the best tree there, and it was right in front of where the trailer was, and they had all their toys around it all the time, and
Okay. That's just where they chose to play.
yes,
And so you checked with your sister-in-law,
yes,
and Athena wasn't there.
yes,
And you checked the tree where they might be, she wasn't there.
yes,
Did you basically just check your entire property?
Yes.
See if she was there?
yes,
Was she there?
no.
So once you kind of figure that out, what is your next steps when she's not where you think she is?
And I called the police.
And do you remember what agency came out?
Decatur.
Let me ask you. We have multiple agencies in Wise County. We have the sheriff's office, we have police departments, game wardens, people, highway patrol. Okay. Do you remember which of those agencies came out and talked to you?
The police department, I believe.
Okay. And at this time, when they get there on property, What are you and the family doing at that time?
Looking.
When you say looking, are you just like looking places or whatever?
No, we are everywhere, all over the property looking for her.
Okay. And at this point in time, right then, when you're just looking for her and the police arrive, what are you kind of thinking is going on right at that time?
I thought maybe she was just hiding somewhere.
Okay. Just being
Playing hide and seek. Mm-hmm.
Okay. We heard from Ms. Thompson how she was a little.
Objection, Your Honor, to informing the witness what another witness may have said.
Sustained.
What kind of kid was Athena on your property out there in Cottondale?
She was wild. She loved living out there. Loved just, the freedom of, being a kid. Getting to just run wild and free on some land.
I think at some point you might call that being a little feral.
Feral, yes. I've used that word.
Right. Okay. So we're at the point to where everybody's out there, we're looking for her, we're not finding her. Are you thinking that it's, she's going to find her someplace? Right?
Yes.
All right. When did it start to sink in that she was actually missing and not just playing hide and seek?
When nobody could find her. But the biggest one was when we were all huddled in a circle and the helicopters were flying over us and nobody could find her.
So at some point, it wasn't just the one person from the police that came out, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes.
so on that particular day, on November 30th, what we're talking about here, how many, you said we had helicopters in the air. How many other police do you think showed up just on that day looking for her?
I can't even tell you, there were so many. Probably 50 or more people there.
Okay. And let me just ask you, how many days did this search go on?
3.
Okay. Now, let me just ask you, during your initial search, you said you were out there looking for her. Did you notice anything unusual or out of place on your property?
Yes.
And what was that?
The box.
Okay. And we'll talk, let me just ask you, when we say the box, let me ask you, what do you mean when you say the box?
It's a Walmart box.
Okay. And can you describe it?
It's a cardboard box with blue on it.
And you know why that box would have been out on your property that day?
Because I had bought her Barbies for Christmas. And they were supposed to get delivered.
Okay. So you're talking about this particular box. Let me. Actually, I'm going to show you States Exhibits 8, 9, and 10. Let me ask you about. Look these out here.
Okay.
I'm going to show you States Exhibits 8 and 9. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. And what is that?
That's the box that got delivered that day.
Okay. And whose address is on that box?
Our address.
Is that the 268 address?
Yes.
Okay. And who's the person's name that's on that box?
That's my name.
Okay. And do you know who delivered that box according to it?
FedEx delivered it.
Okay. And so this box, as you see it in these two pictures, is that what it looked like on the day that you saw it at your house?
Yes.
Okay. And is that what it looked like when you spotted it when you were out searching?
Yes.
I'm gonna show you State's Exhibit 10. Do you recognize this picture and this, what's in it?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what's in this picture in State's 10?
That's the front of where the trailer was.
Okay. And we talked about this trailer. Was this someplace that y'all were inhabiting, or what was the status?
No, we were not living in it.
All right, so this was
Hey, Cash, good to see you. Thank you for being a member for 11 months. Thanks for the support. I appreciate that. Thank you.
an abandoned.
Yes, abandoned trailer.
It's good to see you too, by the way.
That was just on the property.
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you a little bit. We talked about some of the roads. Do you recognize the road and driveway in this particular case?
Yes.
These back here. Judge, we'd ask to admit States 8, 9, and 10.
No objection.
State's Exhibits 8, 9, and 10 are admitted.
Can you give me 8?
I'm sorry, yes, say that again.
Sure.
I'm sorry.
Good. See what the numbers are on. Ask you about those.
Okay.
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 So this exhibit we're showing you here, is this what you were talking about before? It has your address on it
Yes.
and your name on it?
Yes.
And this is the blue box that you were talking about?
Yes.
The one that FedEx delivered?
Yes.
And were you somehow tracking whether or not this was delivered or not?
Yes.
Okay. It arrived at your house.
Yes.
Okay. Let me show you the. Yeah. I'm going to show you States 10. When we see this over here on the right, is that the same box that we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And I see what appears to be a little porch or something on that. Is that right?
Yes.
And is this part of that abandoned dwelling that was on that property?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I see a lot of police cars parked there. Is that kind of what it looked like when they were looking for her?
Yes.
Now, we mentioned before that we have the circle drive on
Yes.
that map. Is that right?
Yes.
And so is this part of that driveway? Where
The
cops are parked?
the main driveway was right here, where you see the archway right there.
Right.
It just circled right past that. That's a little bit,
Well,
but it's all connected.
Is this your driveway?
Yes, this is our driveway.
And that's where you found that box?
Yes.
So let's talk a little bit about that box. What did you say that you ordered in that box?
Barbies.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 7. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
And what are those?
Those are all you can be Barbies.
All right. And do you recognize that is what you ordered?
Yes.
And who were those for?
Those were for Athena.
And do you believe this to be the same Barbies that were inside that box?
Yes.
Okay. They were delivered on that day, November 30th.
Yes.
Judge, we'd ask to admit State's 7.
No objections.
State's Exhibit 7 is admitted.
Actually, let me ask you, why did you order those Barbies?
These specific Barbies, I mean, because it came with so many of them, she could get, 6 Barbies all at once.
Okay. And what was the name on those Barbies?
They were career Barbies.
And who were those for?
They were for Athena,
For just a present or for some other occasion?
for a Christmas present.
For Christmas. Okay. And that's what was delivered to you on that day?
Yes.
Now, some folks have a regular.
I'm going to rewind it just a sec. But Cash, this is Athena Strand's stepmother. Athena was 7 years old when the defendant, Tanner Horner, was driving his route, driving a delivery truck for FedEx. He wasn't driving his route. He had a delivery of Barbies from Walmart that the stepmother had ordered Athena for Christmas. This happened November 30th of 2023. And he kidnapped her and murdered her. And it was that delivery is what really led police to him initially. And then there's a lot more. But this is the stepmother. And want me to fix it? Let me fix it. I'll fix the banner. Y'all don't like it like that. I'll fix it. There you go. Better? I had it like that because I was using Law and Crime, and their banner was going the backwards. And when I had it the right way, it just was like, it was too busy. I couldn't do it. But that's what's going on. This happened in Texas. He was charged with capital murder, and the prosecutor was going to seek the death penalty should he be found guilty. Well, this morning he pleaded guilty to capital murder. So right now we're in the penalty phase. So a jury will be deciding whether he gets the death penalty or whether he gets life without the possibility of parole. Let me rewind it just a little bit.
Some folks have a regular driver that they may recognize that delivers UPS, FedEx, Amazon. Okay? Do you recognize Tanner Horner as your driver?
No,
Did you ever seen him before
No.
that day?
no,
Ever?
no.
Now, Athena went missing on a Wednesday. What day was it of the week when they found her?
It was Friday.
And at some point, I'm assuming you were informed that she was deceased. Is that right?
Yes.
Who informed you?
I believe it was the sheriff. It's a blur.
Do you remember where you were?
At the Cottondale Church.
And who were you with when you found out she was deceased?
I was with Jacob and Maitland.
So, Jacob, your husband,
Yes.
and I didn't ask you, is that Athena's mom?
Yes.
Okay, Maitland?
Yes.
And y'all were there in the church together?
Yes.
Let me ask you a little bit about Athena on that particular day. You had seen her.
Hold on, I want to answer Cass. Yes, she did face accusations at the time. Yes, she did. Yes, she did. Coffee and Skeletons were just a few days shy of her 11th birthday. So yes, today she would be 10. Good to see you, by the way.
For
Let me rewind
an hour or
this.
so.
Yes.
Let me ask you a little bit about Athena on that particular day. You had seen her for an hour or so before she went missing, right?
Yes.
Okay. At any point in time, did she have any injuries on her whatsoever?
No.
Okay. Did she have any bruises on her face?
No.
Did she have any bruises you were aware of on her body?
No.
Did she have any unusual markings, scratches, or anything else on her body?
No.
So the last time you saw her, would that be what she looked like in the picture we showed you earlier?
Yes.
Show you State's Exhibit 12. You recognize the child in that picture?
Yes.
Okay. And who is that child in the picture?
That's Athena.
Does she look the same as she did when you last saw her November 30th?
Yes.
Okay. Let me show you State's Exhibit 11. Do you recognize, let me ask you first, do you recognize the background and the location where that's taken?
Yes.
And where is that?
That's on the property 268.
Okay. Is that where we also see Exhibit 10, the
Yeah.
driveway?
Yes.
Would that be where the police cars were parked?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize that as being your driveway?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize the person that's in that picture?
Yes.
Okay. Now, will you agree with me that picture is a little fuzzy?
Yes.
Okay. Who's the person in that picture?
That's Athena.
Now, how do you know that that's Athena?
Because I know my child. It's her. That's her hair, and it's just, little stick girl right there with her long legs.
All right. Please be asked, and it states 11 and 12.
No objections.
State's Exhibits 11 and 12 are admitted.
Can I see 11? This is on your property?
Yes.
Notice, what does that appears to be on the other side of Athena in this picture?
The driveway and a water hose.
And when we talk about this, we saw a picture of where that box was.
Yes.
Is that box close or far away from where this picture's taken?
It's pretty close.
Okay. All right. And so that's Athena in that picture.
Yes.
Okay. Let me show you State's Exhibit 12. Yes. 12. This is what you testified before. That's Athena in that picture.
Yes.
Do you recognize what pants she's wearing?
She's wearing the pants that I described.
Hold up that other picture. Let me ask you a question about it. Would you? Do you have the other picture?
This
of the
one?
pants? No, the pants.
The pants. Yes.
There it is. State's Exhibit number 6. Do those look like the same pants or similar pants to what she's wearing?
Yes.
And is this what she looked like the last time you saw her?
Yes.
Now let me just ask you, would she have had any reason to be inside of what appears to be a van or truck at that time?
No.
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Or
Would she have had any reason to be in a truck with that individual that's depicted in that picture?
No.
Okay. Did you give her permission to be in that truck?
No.
Did you give her permission to be taking a ride with that individual in that picture?
No.
So we find her, you get told on that Friday that she's deceased.
Yes.
What's your reaction when you find out that Athena's no longer with us?
I lost it. I just don't know how you're going to react to something like that.
Since that time,
Mhm.
how has this affected you since that time?
I mean, a lot. It's affected me. It's affected my marriage. It affected my children.
Let's talk about that. You still married to Jacob?
No.
You think the thing of being kidnapped and murdered played a role in that?
Yes.
You said it affected your children.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about Alice.
Okay.
How did the thing going missing affect Alice?
mean, she lost her sister in the most horrific way. Even if a delivery driver just drives down the driveway, she's outside, she runs and hides. It's affected her school. It's affected her friends. It's affected just her in general. She has nightmares.
About her sister.
Yes.
How old's Alice now?
She's 14.
And still affected.
Yes.
I just want to take a moment to remind everybody, not like you forgot, but I think we have to say this. There's a couple things I want to say here. Number one, we are in the penalty phase, okay? And is it required by law for the prosecution to put on this lengthy or this? He's basically really trying the case, but not trying the case at the same time. He's basically putting on all of the evidence that he would have put on if there was a trial. And I have to commend him for this because the fact of the matter is that Athena's story needs to be told. And I personally believe this fool over here, the defendant, the one who pled guilty to capital murder just hours ago, pled guilty because one, they weren't going to take the death penalty off the table. Two, because his interrogation was coming in, and three, he didn't want all of everything to come out. He thought that this would be a way of avoiding some of the details of the crime coming out. That's what I believe. And I commend this prosecutor for not doing that, for not going along with that and saying, you know what, her story, this is what happened. This is what he did. This is what he did to her, a 7-year-old little girl. And all of the details need to come out. And not only that, but what he said happened was that he hit her and that he killed her because he was afraid of what her father would do. And as you can see from that picture, she does not appear to have been hit by a vehicle at all. What a piece of shit. What an absolute monster. All right, I just had to say that, you guys.
When was Athena's funeral?
December 6th. That whole time frame is... I've tried to just not think about anything like that.
You can think about it.
I try not to.
Let's talk about you. How's this affected you as a person?
I'm not the same. I don't trust anybody. You can't. You're just not okay after something like that. Even my 5-year-old says stuff.
Still scared?
Yes.
That's what you're
Cross-examination.
Yes, Sean, I know you've heard from her.
Yes.
Defense, are you going to do this every time a witness is passed? Are you going to need to take the extra amount of time to approach before you get on with the business? Like, come on, this is ridiculous. And I see him over there trying to act like, you know, he's sad and whatnot. He ain't, bro. No. Look. Look at, does she look like she was hit by that truck, y'all? Why would you do that? Why would you admit the color, the photographs in black and white, but you want to display them in color?
Black and white for the color, because we're getting them reprinted.
Okay, so, what we can do is we can have, what are they marked as?
They're not marked, they'll be defense 1 through 5.
Okay, so what we can do,
I think the judge just realized his microphone was still on. However, I know that he's trying to act like he's really sad and regretful and remorseful about what he did. I don't believe it for a second, number one. And I'll tell you why. Because there was a moment where he put his finger, like his knuckle of his forefinger in his mouth, and couldn't tell if it was like a suck or a bite. But there was just something about that. Yes, Stepsy Daisy, he does have a past. In fact, he does have a past. So after he was charged with capital murder for Athena's death, he was then later charged with child sex abuse that occurred on 3 different occasions back in 2013. So yes, he absolutely does have a past. He has past accusations. I'll say that because he hasn't been convicted on those charges. He hasn't gone to trial on those charges. Those charges are still pending. If they, Nicole, if they stream that trial, I'll cover it. That's what I'm going to do on this channel, just trials. That'll be the majority of my live streaming will be covered. And if you're wondering why we're not skipping, I'm going to tell you why we're not skipping, because lunch is in about 30 minutes and it's going to take them an hour. And I would much rather have testimony than you guys have to wait around for an hour. So.
Your Honor, where's the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Strand, I want to hand you what has been marked as defense exhibits number 1 through 5. If you take a look at those, please.
Yes.
And do you recognize defense exhibits number 1 through 5?
Yes.
And what do you recognize them to be?
The property?
And this is the property that you were living on at the time of Athena's disappearance?
Yes.
Okay. Defense offers defense exhibits 1 through 5.
Coffee and Skeletons asks, had they shown that picture before? I don't think so. I've not seen that picture before, and I will say this. There was a gag order the judge placed on the attorneys for both sides. And so a lot of this evidence is going to be new to the public because of that gag order. They weren't allowed to talk about it, certainly wouldn't be allowed to show it. Like obviously things like an arrest warrant, they typically don't, like they can ask for those to be sealed, but usually they don't. That's usually public. But as far as actual evidence, no. In fact, during opening statements, we learned that there was his DNA found in places where on her body where his DNA does not belong. We didn't hear what kind of DNA that was or anything like that, but I didn't know any of that. A lot of this is going to be new to us and probably heartbreaking.
Have you shown them to the
Yes.
state?
I will show them again.
State objections are relevant, Your Honor.
Okay. The objection is overruled and defense exhibits 1 through 5 are admitted.
And Your Honor, for the purposes of the record, we had a printing issue, so the defense exhibits number 1 through 5 that I've shown Ms. Strand and that she has identified are in black and white. However, we do have the originals in color that we would like to publish to the jury.
That's fine. When you get ready to substitute, we can make sure that the record is clear as to the new exhibits.
I'm with you, Shamina. Shamina says I can already tell the defense attorney is going to piss me off. Yeah, and I try really hard to keep in mind that she took an oath, and she took an oath to uphold the Constitution, which is in the United States. I mean, that is incredibly important. That's probably, our Bill of Rights, all of those things. That's the most important. Those are the most important documents. That's what makes the United States, right? And it protects us. It protects the citizens of the United States, especially from the government. Okay, that's it's important. It's a big deal. And she and all the defense attorneys, as well as prosecutors, have taken that oath, and they have a job to do. And I can always appreciate the job that they have to do, but there are many, 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 many times when I do not appreciate the way they do their job.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm having technical difficulties.
Take your time.
Yeah, take your time. We're not doing anything. Music City Mom, I think the only difference to having them be in color is clearer. I don't know, maybe for the jury to be able to appreciate locations of things. I have no idea. Maybe, this poor woman.
Mr. Goble, I think the power cord may have come loose just to be on the safe side.
Thank you.
Ms. Strand, what do you recognize Defense Exhibit 1 to be?
That's the abandoned trailer.
In this photo, on the right-hand side, about halfway down, is that where the box was left?
Yes.
And on Defense Exhibit number 2, what is this?
That is also the abandoned trailer.
And this is, were people living in the trailer at the time?
No.
Where were they living?
There's a house in the back that we were living in.
And is that the house that y'all were renovating?
Yes.
Defense Exhibit number 3, what is that?
The dog pen in the pool,
Okay. And this is still on the property?
still the same property.
Defense Exhibit number 4, what do you recognize this to be?
Still the property, it's the outdoor shower.
Was there running water in the house?
Yes.
Were there, why an outdoor shower?
Well, we were in transition, trying to get it just finished and ready, and that's, you know.
And lastly, defense exhibit number 5. What do you recognize this to be?
That's the girls' room.
Can you see the girls' room from the main house?
Yes.
And can you see the girls' room from the kitchen where you were preparing dinner?
If you peek through the window, yes.
From the kitchen where you were preparing dinner, would you have been able to see the delivery truck drive up?
No.
On that day, or let me back up. These photos are an accurate representation of your property on that day?
Yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect.
None further, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused subject to any potential recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Your Honor, would you consider a quick break?
Okay. Give us about 10 minutes, we'll call you right back in. Your lunch should be here about 12:30, so we're gonna work up until that point, okay? 10 minutes, everybody, 5 till 12.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to pause it just so we can talk. Because like I said, we need to be able to get through lunch. That's what I thought. Music City Mom says, I thought she wanted the pics of her in the truck to be in color. That's what I would have thought. Those would be the pictures that would be important to be in color, right? Because if he's telling the truth, which the state has already said he's a lying liar face who tells lies. And I'm assuming that includes actually even hitting her with his truck, because she does not look like a child who has been injured with a truck by being hit by a truck, backing up. That's what he said. So I would think that they would want those pictures in color, to maybe show the injuries, grass stain marks, something, right? But that's not what they showed. So I have no idea what they thought. How I don't even understand why they asked her the questions that they asked her. That the defense, what their job is during the penalty phase of any trial, even if it's not capital punishment, they're to present mitigating factors. Basically, why their client under these circumstances, why their client should not receive the death penalty. I don't understand at all how showing pictures of their property is at all a mitigating circumstance that would make the jury consider life without the possibility of parole over the death penalty. So, Debsy Daisy, because even though he pled guilty, first of all, he pled guilty on the day of the trial, number one, but also they already had a jury sat. This jury has been waiting to sit and hear this trial since February of this year. They had gone through an extensive jury selection process in January, at the beginning of this year. And they've been waiting to be on this. They've been waiting to sit and hear this trial since February. There are 12 jurors, 2 alternates. So there's 14 people listening to this right now. Obviously, 2 of them won't get to deliberate. But in a capital crime, in a capital crime, the jury is the one who decides the death penalty. So that's they have to sit anyway. So they have to decide whether he's going to get life or the death penalty. Let's see. good. I think the judge is coming back now. Sometimes I like to listen to the chatter. Also, I'm not familiar with this judge, but I will tell you where this trial is taking place. So the crime happened in Wise County, which is northwest of Fort Worth, in Paradise. The trial is happening in Tarrant County in Fort Worth, downtown Fort Worth to be specific, which is west of Dallas. So they call it the DFW, Dallas Fort Worth Metroplex, right? So you have Fort Worth on one end, Dallas on the other, and everything in the middle between Dallas and Fort Worth is considered the Metroplex. That's how it works. I don't know. People in Texas love the death penalty, but I will tell you this, chicken lady. If you are sentenced to death in Texas, they have a streamlined process for the automatic appeals that are given to a person who has been sentenced to capital punishment. And by streamlined, I mean, like, on average in Texas, I think it's like somewhere between 25 and 30 years before you're executed. So in Texas, you're definitely more likely to receive the death penalty than you would be to die of old age. So, yes. I don't remember that trial, Music City Mom, actually. Wait a minute. Is he the was he the state trooper? Let me look it up. Now I'm going to have to know. Hold on. Let me look. Oh, no. Now I remember who this is. And a Texas jury sentenced him. Wait, is he? Yes, this is the guy that. Hold on a minute.
Whenever, like right now, turn the camera away. Whenever my jury's coming.
Yeah, Griselda.
All right, have order, please.
Wow. Oh my God. Hold on a second. When I looked him up, he looked so completely different in his mugshot than he did. But they decided against the death penalty. I remember that trial. Yep, I remember. I covered that trial. Wow.
Everyone may be seated. Yeah. All right, the defense has requested some testimony outside the presence of the jury with this next witness, when the witness is sworn. So, state may proceed. Or what? You have. Okay, what are we doing?
Your Honor, the state had shown us some exhibits yesterday that they anticipate Sheriff Aiken will be testifying about.
Okay.
And rather than taking him on voir dire in front of the jury, since the jury was out, we can go ahead and basically do our voir dire on those photos now.
Okay, so the defense is satisfied as to what exhibits the state wants to introduce through this witness. You just want to ask him some questions.
Correct.
Okay. All right, Ms. Anderson, now I know what you're going. Okay, go ahead.
I will need the exhibits from the state.
Here's all of them.
Oh.
I think they're only addressing the first set.
Oh, yes. Yes, Music City Mom. Music City Mom said that is the first time I watched a death penalty case. I didn't know it was 2 whole trials. It is. It is. But to be fair, the penalty phase is typically much shorter, right, than the trial phase. But this, I gotta say, I appreciate the fact that this prosecutor seems to be essentially putting on what they had intended for their case in chief to be, should it have gone all the way to trial. I think the only thing that's different is the length of cross-examination. But you can rest assured that it won't be that way with all of the witnesses, number one. And for sure, when the defense presents their case, the state is going to do all of the cross-examinations.
Y'all might need to change it for a minute. I don't need it for this purpose, but the state may need it for their direction. Okay, but we need to take this one down. Mayor, first the witness.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh my
The
God.
lights off.
Miss Ma'am, could you get your poop in a group? Let's go.
It's just. Perfect.
You're already on my
How are you
nerve.
doing?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Sheriff Aiken, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibits number 13 through 21, and ask that you take a look at those for a moment.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Did you take any of these photos?
I did not.
Do you know who did take them?
I think some of those may have come from a video.
Did you take that video?
No, I did not.
Do you know who did take that video?
I do.
And who took that video?
The defendant.
The defendant took the video?
That's what I'm thinking. It was in the vehicle that he was driving.
So this came from the camera that was on the truck?
Yes.
Okay, so you're not saying that Tanner Horner took the video
Well,
himself?
he was driving the vehicle that had the camera.
Did you prepare these documents?
I did not.
Did you take the still shots?
I did not.
Other than looking at these photos, do you have any knowledge about their origins, creation, anything like that?
Well, all the images, I remember those days and those times and the things that are going on there. So that's the way it was that day.
Were you in the truck?
I was not in the truck.
So these are not based upon your perceptions, are they? They're based upon what was filmed by someone else.
Well, it's my perception as well because I was there. And so I do see exactly what was going on that day. So I recognize the accuracy of those images.
Okay, so who is that in State's
Oh
Exhibit
my
number
goodness,
21?
I can't tell who that is. I think I know. That may be one of my deputies.
Maybe one of them?
Maybe, but
And-
it's really kind of foggy or fuzzy there. I can't tell, but that's our marked unit there, and we had these toilets there as well.
What
So I
time of day
remember-
was this taken?
I don't know for sure. I think probably it's maybe morning time, and I would think probably it's on the day of December 1st, I would think.
On State's Exhibit number 20, what time of day was that taken?
Well, it's probably about the same time. Same time looking at the clouds and the light, probably about the same time.
State's Exhibit number 18?
Yes,
Can you
ma'am.
identify anybody in that?
I recognize the vehicles, and we had so many people there helping. So I recognize those vehicles and how difficult it was to get up and down that road.
He's the sheriff, Jonah's mom. And I don't know. I mean, look, she coming for people over here, y'all, and I don't appreciate it. All right. I remember this gentleman giving updates at press conferences. Okay. And as he's already testified repeatedly that he's not the one that took those pictures. Those pictures come from they're still images. I think they're from a video because the FedEx truck that Tanner was driving was equipped with cameras. And so I'm sure they're stills from those videos, and they're probably grainy and murky as hell. And I don't know why she's coming for people, but she is, and I like it. She coming for people.
Because of all the people who were coming there to help.
And what time of day was that taken?
I think that's probably about the same time. Again, looking at the clouds and the light.
State's Exhibit number 19. Do you recognize anybody in that? And can you identify the people?
Well, there is an entrance there to Athena's house, and those are some volunteers who had come to help. And I really can't tell at that distance exactly who they are, but there are people who came to help.
And you didn't take this picture either?
No, ma'am.
And what time of day would this occur?
This is going to be about the same time as that one.
But you don't know for sure, do you? You're just guessing?
No, I'm not really guessing. I think that's based on some knowledge there that's probably about the same time.
And
It's coming from a moving truck.
so you said probably at the same time, but before you said you didn't know what time that was.
Well, I don't, but I know it's about the same time of day.
Okay. Whose car is that in State's Exhibit number 17?
Well, that's one of my deputies'
Do you know which
cars.
deputy?
No,
One at a time, everybody. One at a time.
I don't.
Okay. In State's Exhibit number 16, whose vehicles are those?
Those are the vehicles of the people who came to help us.
And what time of day was this one taken?
Again, it's about the same time.
And
Again, I would say mid-morning probably on the 1st
Okay.
of December.
State's Exhibit number 15.
Yes,
Which
ma'am.
property is that?
Obviously, it's a T.R. Murphy ranch, and I know that's out on 2123. It's not too far from the entrance that goes on 3573, where the Athena's house was. So this is on the Farmer Market Road.
Do you know who owns that property?
I do not know.
State's Exhibit number 14. Again, you didn't take that photo?
No, ma'am, I didn't.
And you didn't prepare that photo?
No, ma'am.
That photo was taken from a vehicle and the video on the vehicle, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and you did not have access to that video, did you?
No, I've just seen the video.
And you weren't on the truck when the video was taken?
No.
Okay. Whose vehicles are those?
Well, again, that's that same deputy's vehicle that's parked there that you showed me just a minute ago, and these are probably some of the same people who came to help us that day.
And lastly, State's Exhibit number 13. Whose vehicles are those?
Those are more good citizens of Wise County who came to help us find Athena.
And again, you didn't take this photo either?
No, ma'am.
It didn't prepare the document or the exhibit?
No, ma'am.
Who prepared State's Exhibits number 13 through 21 for you?
I don't know.
So you don't know whose hands they went through?
No, I just remember that's accurate. That's the way it was that day.
Okay.
I don't know. She's going to probably try to object to these coming in. I don't know. She probably ideally would like for them not to come in at all, but she's definitely going to try to object to these coming in with this witness.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Any questions?
Sheriff, do you recognize each and every one of those about the scene in each and every one of those?
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize it as the scene as it occurred on December 1st during the search for Athena,
Yes, sir.
and whether or not you took the picture, do you recognize the road going in?
I do.
Do you recognize the location of Athena's home and entrance on that?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you recognize the entrance to 3573?
Yes, sir.
Dubsy Daisy, it's annoying to me too, but let me just say this. If I had to it took forever and a day for 11 billion years, maybe not 11 billion, maybe like 50, 1100 years for the closed captions to even kick in. So I'm just going to have to, I can't do nothing about it.
How did you come to be with, have that knowledge?
Because I've seen the video from the truck.
And during that time, were you out there at any of that time?
Yes, I was, for most of the time.
And are these an accurate depiction of the scene as it occurred on December 1st, 2022, when you were out there?
Yes, sir.
So regardless whoever took these, you can testify that that was the scene at that time on that day.
Yes, sir.
Nothing further.
Ms. Anderson,
I have nothing further, Your Honor, but I do have argument.
I'm ready to hear it.
Your Honor, yes, see the photos. We had a lot of probablys. It probably was at this time. It probably was on this date. Mr. or Sheriff Aiken is not testifying from what he knows, but what he was given by someone else. He said that he was out of the scene, but he couldn't identify the cars, couldn't identify the people. He did prepare these. So the only thing that he can testify to is that this is what he saw on a video. He can't testify that that he was on the scene when this occurred. He cannot testify he was on the scene when any of these occurred. And so whether or not this, we would concede that this represents what happened when these photos were taken, but Sheriff Aiken cannot testify that these are accurate when he was out of the scene, because he wasn't there when these were taken.
Those objections are overruled. You have a running objection throughout this testimony in regard to states, if they offer states exhibits 13 through 21 in the presence of the jury. Both sides ready for the jury?
Ready for the jury, Your Honor.
Y'all ready, defense?
Hell yeah, bring him in. Let's go. Well, I remember that sheriff giving the press conference when they recovered little Athena. And that man was damn near, you could tell that it affected him. He was, if I'm remembering correctly, he was pretty close to tears. And there's just something about an older Texan gentleman crying that will always get me directly in my cold black heart every single time. And Lulu Lola's precinct.
Everyone may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr.
But she came in hot on Peepaw, and I don't like it.
Stain,
Thank you. Sir, would you state your name for the jury, please?
Lane Aiken.
And when were you the sheriff of Wise County?
I was sheriff in Wise County from 2016 through December 31st, 2024 at 4:30 p.m.
Sheriff, could you check to see if that microphone's turned on for me? Please?
And I might be a little biased due to the fact that I'm from Texas. That might just be, me. I understand their twang. I understand the things they say and they do. It's just, I know that there used to be a saying, I haven't seen it in a long time, where it was an advertisement to visit Texas, and it was welcome to Texas, or come visit Texas. It's like a whole other country, which is a tongue in cheek, obviously, because at one point Texas was a country of itself. But, you know, I'm proud of Texas. I love Texas. Not saying that we don't have flaws or anything else, but, you know, happy birthday to your youngest chicken lady. What are you cooking? Ooh, I'm excited for that, Jonah's mom. I'm so excited. I know we could be skipping through this, but again,
Then you should be good with the engineering aspect.
I was not an engineer.
yeah, let's hear about what you're cooking, chicken lady. Come on. We need a little distraction. And I remember, ooh, what kind of cookies? I need more.
You're gonna have to speak
Chicken lady, you
Yes,
don't
sir.
make.
Sheriff, you have your
Tony likes the saying, "Don't mess with Texas." You know what I like? You know what saying I like? Texas and its 49 bitches. Ah.
marching orders now.
Yes, we need details.
Sheriff, back in November of 2022.
Yes, sir, I was.
So you refer for these questions, I'm going to refer to you as Sheriff. You okay with that?
Yes, sir.
So during this time before you were the Sheriff of Wise County in 2016, were you also in law enforcement at some point in your career?
Yes, my career in law enforcement started in 1974.
And so from 1974 till you retired in
Oh my God, young.
2024.
Yes, sir.
I do
You
too. Poppy.
maintained a peace officer license in Texas?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to fast forward you here a little bit. And at some point, were you promoted and made a Texas Ranger?
Yes, sir. That
When was
was that was in 1987 at November 13th, 1987.
And for those of y'all who do not know what a Texas Ranger is, the Texas Rangers are our state police. We're very proud of them.
Notice you remember that day.
Yes, it was cold.
And at that point, how long did you serve the state of Texas as a Texas Ranger?
It was 16 years as a Texas Ranger, 16 and a half.
And did you retire at some point from being a Ranger?
In 2003.
Now, during your career, and just so we know a little bit about your experiences, did you have any big cases that you handled being a Ranger?
Yes, sir, there were several.
Okay. And if I remember correctly, were you not at the Branch Davidian compound in Waco,
Objection, Your
Texas?
Honor, relevance.
Sustain. Hang on just a minute, we got the microphone.
Excuse me, sir.
I know they don't. I mean,
Yes.
it's probably not relevant to this situation, but and that's why she objected, and it was sustained. But the Branch Davidian, the Waco situation was. I was in high school when that happened. I remember we were in. We watched it. Our health teacher was like, "Let's watch it," and we were like, "Okay, let's watch it." So we were watching all the news coverage. It was a huge deal in Texas. Waco is in between DFW and Austin. If you don't know. Now see, I won't know anything about geography anywhere else, but if you ask me where something is in Texas, there's a good chance I'll know.
And during your time as a Ranger, did you ever have a chance to have any training experience in missing persons?
Yes, sir, we did.
And so when you started being sheriff in 2016,
Did you go directly from being a ranger to being a sheriff? I noticed there's a little gap in the middle. What were you doing in that gap?
Well, there was a part of my career that I was an enforcement captain for the sheriff's office, but I also worked for AT&T for 10 years on and off. But during that time, I was also a reserve for the Rangers as well as for the sheriff's office.
So you got back to being a sheriff back in 2016?
Yes, sir.
All right, and let's just talk just a little small amount about missing persons. In your time as the sheriff in Wise County, did you ever have a chance to be a part of any investigations where a child had gone missing?
Yes, sir. We've done that several times, and even so when I was a highway patrolman and as a Texas Ranger.
And based on your training experience, what's the most likely scenario when a child is gone missing for a short amount of time?
Well, that child's going to be at home, close to home, under the house, under a bed, just any number of things. It's always, most always, it was some good news that we could find that child.
All right. And did that happen from time to time in Wise County as well?
Yes.
And then if the child is not found soon, in a short amount of time, what's the most likely result of that?
Well, anytime we have a situation where a child is missing, we spend a lot of time right there with the family looking. We're looking, and we've got a lot of folks who come and help, especially with now that we have the internet that can bring people together to look for these folks. So usually we spend a lot of time with the parents and the family. But as time goes on, you realize, because it starts out, you're doing the search. The search is right here. Everybody's focused on searching. But then as time goes on, we're not finding that child, especially if it's cold outside, any other difficulties there are. So the investigation starts right here, down here. And as time goes on, that investigation increases, because you know that we've got a problem, because this child is lost or is missing. And it's the worst thing that you would think might happen, but that someone has taken that child.
So I'm going to take you back to November of 2022. When did you first hear the name Athena Strand?
That was probably about 7 o'clock on the night of November 30th.
All right. And as sheriff of Wise County, is that where Athena went missing in the Cottondale Paradise area, is that covered by the sheriff's office at that time?
Yes, sir.
And we have other places in the county, cities and other things that will be covered by police departments, but this was covered by the sheriff's office.
Yes, it's the rural part of Wise County.
And so at 7 p.m., you hear about Athena Strand. What does the sheriff do as an initial response at this time?
Well, I was on my way back from Austin, and my intent was to stay over in Llano, because I was thinking it was the same thing, just a missing child, going to find her under the bed, in the closet, playing with a friend. So I kept contact with the the Sheriff's Office dispatch. And when I found out that she hadn't been found within a 2-hour span, then I drove from Llano back to Wise County.
And during the entirety of this investigation, were you pretty much on scene during all of this investigation?
Yes, sir.
And I want to give the jury a big judgment.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you some maps here, states exhibits 23, 24, 25, 26, and 27. Yes, sir. You recognize those?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. And can you give the jury a general idea? What are we looking at here?
These are the photographs regarding the mapping and the roadways right close to 3573 in that area of Cottondale.
All right. And are you familiar with this area during your time as sheriff?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you believe these maps accurately represent the surrounding roads and cities, towns, and things in that area?
Yes, sir, that is accurate.
And is this the area in which Athena Strand went missing?
It is.
All right. Judge, we'd have to ask to the next 24 through 23, excuse me, through 27.
Any objection?
State's Exhibits 23 through 27 are admitted.
Sheriff, I'm not going to get too deep into this. We've got a little information already. Let me show you 23.
Yes, sir.
And can you just give us an idea in from where we are right here today in the courthouse, where Cottondale Paradise is in reference to where we are in Tarrant County?
Well, it's northwest of here, probably by road. I would think it's about 35 miles from here to there.
In this area that we're talking about, Cottondale Paradise, and is that urban or rural?
That's rural.
Okay, so would I be right to assume it's post oaks and mesquites?
Yes, and cedar.
And cedar, okay. Now, on this particular location here, as we go between the towns of Cottondale and Paradise, what's the primary road that one would use to go between Cottondale and Paradise?
2123.
Okay. And is that a farm to market or a county road?
It's a farm to market.
Okay. And let me show you. Do you see that road on this map here, Sheriff?
Yes, sir, I think I do.
Okay. Is that the road going east and west there, the main road?
2123?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And just to fast forward a little bit, is Athena Strand's residence off of 2123?
Yes, sir, just to the north.
Okay. And do you know what county road that's on?
3573.
All right. And let me ask you a few questions about the scene on 3573. Was that part of your job to coordinate and set up the search for Athena Strand?
Yes, sir, it was it being sheriff. Basically, the sheriff is in charge, but we bring in folks from so many other agencies to help us in that search.
So let me ask you, let me just start from the very beginning. Once that she is not found in a short time period, what assets do you as the sheriff bring to bear to help find her at that time?
Well, the sheriff's office responded. Of course, we called in the Texas Rangers because we find that it's important that we use all the agencies that we can. We have the game wardens that were there, and they're always great. Fort Worth PD, they sent a helicopter or two. We also had some drones that came in from Denton County. And Highway Patrol, we had many of them there, as well as the voluntary fire departments. So we're bringing all the first responders that we can find, we're bringing them to help us find this child.
All right. And now it sounds like what you're talking about, most of those are sworn personnel, is what you described.
Yes.
Was there anybody else assisting in this search besides just the sworn personnel?
I'll never forget the morning of December 1st. Citizens came from all parts of Wise County to help us find that child. And we put them to work with our deputies, with our investigators, with the game wardens. It was shoulder to shoulder. We had what we estimated was about 300 citizens, and they brought their four-wheelers. Some brought horses, some brought dogs. It was I appreciate the fact that so many people came out there to help us that day.
So we have all these people out there. We have a mixture of sworn personnel, we have a mixture of citizens out helping.
Yes, sir.
And were you on that scene frequently?
Yes.
And on that particular scene, where was kind of the gathering area for that on that scene?
At first, it was right at the gate for Athena's house where she was living. But as time went on, we moved it over to Cottondale to the firehouse there, the volunteer firefighter.
Let's stay focused on 3573 here for a minute.
Okay.
Are you familiar with what the scene looked like at that time?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with where you had your own sheriff's assets placed at that time?
Yes, sir.
And then up and down the road, are you familiar with what it looked like on that December 1st that you just talked about?
Yes.
And if we were to look down this road, if we were to go back to December 1st and look down this road, what would we see as we were driving in to Athena's road?
We would be seeing those citizens in their vehicles that I was just talking about.
Okay. And will we also see any sworn personnel or those types of vehicles?
There are some, but really we were overshadowed by the number of citizens who came to help.
Do you have a number of how many citizens you believe were out there helping?
Well, we had the EMC helping us, emergency guy, Cody Powell, and he numbered 300.
Hey, hold on a sec.
In addition to your law.
Hey, Justified, good to see you. Good to see you, babe. Welcome in.
Emergency guy, Cody Powell, and he numbered 300.
These are just citizens?
Yes.
In addition to your law?
Those who actually registered, because some came on without registering. So 300.
So let me just go through here, and I want to show you some pictures here, so we'll get a little bit of an idea of the scene. I'm going to show you, Judge, if I may. States 13 through 21.
And I think you've looked at these before, but can you give us an idea of generally what we're seeing in those pictures?
Yes, sir. These look like that's the route on 2123 turning into 3573, and looking at it, it looks like it's the morning of December 1st, 2022. And what we see are the vehicles of so many citizens who came and helped. And you see from time to time a marked unit of ours, of the Sheriff's Office, as well as from other agencies. And we see the search people. There's some organized searchers, all the way to the end of that road that went to a cul-de-sac. And that's pretty much it.
All right. And do you recognize those pictures as being descriptive of what you saw on that day, December 1st, 2022?
Yes, sir, I do.
State offers, State's Exhibits 13 through 21.
Do you have any objections other than those previously made known to the court?
No, Your Honor, no further objections.
All right, those objections remained overruled. And State's Exhibits 13 through 21 are admitted.
Sheriff, I'm just gonna, you said there were some things about marked units.
Yes.
Is that what we see here in State 17?
Yes, that's the unit of one of our Wise County deputies.
Okay. And is that the entrance to 3573?
Yes, sir, from 2123.
Let me show you 18 and 19. Let me just stop you right there. Do you recognize this as what you were talking about earlier?
Yes, that's the entrance to the Strand home, and that's where we kind of set up our command post.
And is that what you were describing to me as the people out there helping?
Yes.
And are these the vehicles that you're talking about here as well?
Yes, sir, they are.
And I notice on States 21 here, is this the same entrance to Athena's house?
I think that is probably just a little bit beyond that, but it's close.
Okay. And I noticed what appears to be porta potties out here.
Mm-hmm.
Is this was required for the amount of people that you had?
It was, and those were donated, people to help.
So this search is ongoing from November 30th. This is on the 1st.
Yes, sir.
When does the search end?
It never ended.
Well, let me ask you. At some point, were we able to locate Athena Strand's body?
We were, yes, sir.
And at that point, did then the sheriff's search for her as a missing person end?
Yes, sir. At that point, that's when the search for Athena stopped.
Now, as part of the search and what's going on, did you approve and put out a missing persons bulletin through the Texas Fusion Center?
There was one, and I approved it.
Let me show you what's marked. States 22. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir, I do.
And is that what we just talked about, being in the missing persons report?
Yes, sir.
That you approve?
Yes.
And what types of things that are usually contained in a missing persons bulletin?
Well, it's when last seen, what she was wearing, and what she looks like, age, pictures if possible, and I think that other than that, then locations.
All right. And this would this be something that went out to law enforcement or to everybody?
That went out to law enforcement originally.
And do you recognize this as what you approve?
Yes, sir.
They would offer States Exhibit 22.
Your Honor, we'd object. It is hearsay and is not covered by the exception of 8038C. It was created by law enforcement, for law enforcement, and we would object under hearsay.
That objection's overruled. State's Exhibit 22 is admitted. 22, correct, Mr. State?
22, yes,
Okay.
Your Honor. Okay. And so that goes out to law enforcement. Are you aware of how it goes out? Is it electronic? Is there a bulletin? How does it go out?
It was an information bulletin that was sent out from Austin to all the agencies in Texas, and generally the states that are adjacent to Texas.
Just as a side note, one of the things that came out of Athena's murder was a bill in the legislature for Texas named after Athena, where law enforcement can issue an alert in a scenario where an Amber Alert, it can be done sooner than an Amber Alert because it doesn't have as strict of criteria as the Amber Alert system does. So this can go out first, and then let me look it up. I forget what it's called. I want to say it's Athena's Law, but I want to just make sure that's what it's called. But in the interim, because her missing person would have escalated too, an Amber Alert just because they didn't find her within several, within a certain specific amount of time. The weather was cold, all of that stuff. But it might have taken, but this was something that was passed because of what happened to her. And so it's something that can be issued out faster than an Amber Alert.
So, as the sun.
That's not right. Not faster than an Amber Alert. It can be issued before an Amber Alert because the criteria for this is lower than the Amber Alert criteria. I don't want to say faster because it all goes out at the same, an Amber Alert goes out and but it can be issued before.
Sets, if you will, on December 1st. Have we located Athena's body as the sun sets on December 1st?
We had not.
And I think you mentioned before, the search continues and all the assets are still in play at that time.
Yes, sir.
Now, you mentioned that you involved the Texas Rangers.
Yes, sir.
Your old employer.
Yes, sir.
And who was the lead ranger working on this case?
Job Espinoza.
Okay. When we say Job, is that like the Book of Job?
Yes, J-O-B.
And then you said there.
Oh, so I did read no, it was Job. Okay, so here it is. Athena's Law, Texas House Bill 3556, signed in June 2023, authorizes local law enforcement to issue immediate Athena alerts for missing children without needing to first verify the strict criteria required for a nationwide Amber Alert. Inspired by 7-year-old Athena Strand's 2022 murder, it allows for faster localized alerts. So faster, I guess, is the right word. All right, here we go.
There was some assets from the FBI as well, is that right?
That's correct.
Hey, ATS, good to see you, babe.
And I think you also said that you had game wardens and a host of others.
Yes.
Now, while law enforcement and your people and all these assets are actively searching, what else is the sheriff's office and law enforcement doing to locate Athena Strand?
We were still staying, it was just right there around that area. We were looking hard. We started looking at all the waterways in and around where we were right there in Cottondale. We were using still aircraft as well as the drones. That helped, and they were remarkable, but as hard as we were looking, we weren't finding her.
All right. And at this point, are y'all investigating and looking into the thought that this may have been some form of abduction and not a missing child?
Well, at that point, it seems like it had come down on the searching. We're still searching, but we don't have as many people focused on that as we do have people focusing on the investigation. So it's about half and half. And as time goes on, the investigation scale goes higher.
Right, so at some point, it transitions to a criminal investigation versus a missing person?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at that point in time, who was working the criminal leads in the criminal investigation at that time while the rest of the assets were searched?
We had the FBI were there, and they were helping tremendously with their digital evidence that they were able to bring forth, as well as the Texas Rangers and our investigators from the Wise County Sheriff's Office working hand in hand as we looked and trying to find what happened, where is Athena. So we got to the point that we just slowed down the investigation, not the investigation, but the search, and we just really moved up on the investigation.
And what kinds of things are you looking for when you're now transitioning this for potentially a missing person to some form of criminal investigation?
Well, an investigation, it takes a while, but we had some information that came in, and it gave us a different direction. And I'll give the credit for the Rangers who recognized that there was a package that was delivered, and that we should be aware that driver pulled in there about the same time that she went missing.
All right. And so that's what we would call a different kind of a lead, if you will.
Yes.
And who was primarily working that lead of that investigation?
That would have been a couple of my investigators as well as Job, and also the FBI people were involved in that as well.
So let's move to, like I said, the sun is set on December 1st.
Mm-hmm.
The sun rises on December 2nd. And you mentioned that we located a package that was delivered.
Yes.
And that the Ranger and FBI are working on that.
Yes.
So when the sun rises, what is the Sheriff's Office still doing now? We're on day 3 of the search.
The investigation is picking up and moving more quickly, trying to find as much information as we can. We set up a new command post at the firefight, the FD, right there in Cottondale. FBI brought in a big truck in their RV, actually. We started looking at things, and we had a meeting on that morning. And that meeting was in the Baptist church there in Cottondale. So there were, I don't know, probably 30, 35 investigators, as well as some of the deputies who were there as we were looking at all the leads that we had. FBI, Texas Rangers, and all of our people, as well as other agencies who were coming in there helping us with that. And we had new direction, more so than we had before, and we felt as though we're going to be able to get this thing solved on that day.
All right. So let me ask you, who was able to locate Tanner Horner as the operator of the FedEx vehicle that day?
I know that Job, Ranger Espinoza, I know that he was...
Your Honor, I'll object to anything that Ranger Espinoza said.
You did not testify to anything that anybody told you, Sheriff, but you may testify as to who was there.
Yes, so it was the FBI and the Texas Rangers, as well as some of our investigations, tracked that down and found out who that driver was.
Objection, Your Honor. Again, this is hearsay.
Overruled.
So once you track down the driver, and that driver being Tanner Horner, to your knowledge, what goes on once they locate him as the driver?
That, I really think that I probably need to leave that to Joe, because I know it was falling in place quickly. And we were back we had another press conference at the Sheriff's Office when all of that fell in place. And I learned of it after the press conference.
So for things that involve that lead, that FedEx driver lead, Tanner Horner, that was Joe, the FBI, and your investigators?
Yes, sir.
And we'll talk to them. All right. So at some point, when did you first learn that Athena's body had been located?
We knew that he had been taken into custody, and we knew that they were moving to try to locate Athena. And I think it was probably right around 7:30 or 8 that night that it was verified.
And let me just ask you, where was her body finally located?
In the Trinity River, Bobo Crossing. It's right off of FM 51 back to the east, probably about 400 yards off of Farm to Market Road on a county road, underneath, well, next to the bridge there.
And about how far from what you referenced in these pictures here that we admitted, is it from Athena's house where she was abducted to Bobo Crossing where she was dumped?
When you look at it just as the crow flies, it's about 6 miles, but in driving it, I think it's somewhere around 12 or 13 miles.
she was in the Trinity River?
Yes, sir.
So at this point in time, we've now located her body in the Trinity River. Do we have some form of CSI or body recovery team going on at that time?
Yes, we did. We had CSI from the sheriff's office as well as the FBI working hand in hand.
So let's fast forward a little bit. That group gets her body recovered from the water. What is the role of the sheriff and the sheriff's office going forward once we've recovered her body?
My main focus at that time was the family. They were all at the Cottondale Baptist Church, and we had the media. They were just around everywhere, and they were shouting at me from across the parking lots, and we weren't ready to talk to because our focus was the family.
Right. And I'm assuming at some point when you say the family, were you the one who notified the family?
Yes, sir, I was.
And that was on Friday afternoon, is that right, Sheriff?
It was Friday evening, I think, more so.
Okay. And, I mean, for those of us who've not done that, what does a sheriff tell a family when something like this happens?
So we felt like we knew where she was, but we weren't sure. And so we got the family into that church, and there was a room off to the side away from the assembly hall. And so I went in with them and told them that it's not looking good, but we're not sure. So I asked them to give me about 30 minutes, and I would come back. That I could bring the truth back to them and what the findings were. So I went with the SAC from FBI. I went down to Bobo Crossing and that bridge, and we both went down to the river, and that allowed me the opportunity to tell them exactly what was true. It's something it's really hard to do, but my focus was that family. I wanted them to know before any of the media. I wanted them to know, and so that gave me the opportunity to go back and have that second meeting with the family. And it was heartbreaking. And they were just devastated. I don't know, there were probably 8 or 10 members of the family in there, and it was a Sunday school classroom. And I wish I could have done something to make it better, because we were hoping, right to the last minute, we were hoping that she was alive and well. But the information I brought back was not what they wanted to hear.
We're going to stop right now so that we can take care of the jury, and we will start back up at 1:45. Everybody, 1:45. Thank you.
So we have 1:45. It's 1:10 now, Texas time. We got about 35 minutes before court resumes. How are y'all feeling so far? I mean, see, this is what I was talking about earlier with, the defense attorney coming in hot on old Peepaw there, because I remember the press conference. Let me see if I can find that. Let me see if I can find that on YouTube. Let's see if we can find that, because I remember watching it. Give me just 1 second. Let's see. Yep, here it is. Are y'all ready? Let me switch accounts so I can get on my premium. See, I remember this gentleman. All right, let me share this one. All right. Y'all ready?
Good evening. We're glad to see y'all here tonight. It's been a really tough few days, and I'm very proud of the people who are here who helped us so much to get some resolution, to get some understanding, to provide answers for the families. And these people, we couldn't have done it without that. Could not have done it without them. The Texas Rangers. This is the acting SAC, Jim Dwyer with FBI. And then I've got my chief deputy and captain, enforcement captain here. It was a monumental task, and because of the cooperation, because of us working together, we were able to get the answers. Some of the answers were not the answers that we would have hoped that we would have gotten. And we want to send our condolences out to the family of Athena Strand. Her body was recovered about 2 hours ago, maybe 3, 6 miles that direction. It hurts our hearts to know that that child died. So much so that she is on her way now to the medical examiner's office. And there's a Texas Ranger in front of her, and there's a Texas Ranger behind her. This community does not like losing our children. And we could see it because of all the people who came out and helped us throughout this ordeal. It was most meaningful what the citizens did, because we have a close-knit group of folks here in Wise County. And it's our pleasure to serve these folks in Wise County, the Rangers, the FBI, and the Sheriff's Office. We're glad that we've had this opportunity, but we're just sad that it didn't end the way that we would hope that it would end. Earlier today, seven-year-old Athena and continued good work by this investigative team, they were able to determine that the driver abducted Athena. And from the investigative standpoint, digitally as well as good old interviews, we think Athena died within just a very hour or so, the very hour or so after her departure from her home. This driver is a contract driver, and his name is Tanner Lynn Horner. He's 31 and he's from Lake Worth. He's in the Wise County Jail right now because of the good work of these people and all the folks out there who have helped, our EMC, our prosecutors here tonight, the deputies, the highway patrol, the citizens. He's in our jail, and he's in our jail being charged with capital murder, aggravated kidnapping, and his bond is $1.5 million at this time. We thank again the community, and I guess at this point we'll take questions.
Was her body found
you want to answer that? No, it was on another county road, about 6 men. Now, we don't really want to release that address right now, but it.
See, I was hanging in there, right? Like the news was devastating. The fact that they had the person responsible in custody very quickly was, I guess, a little bit of reassurance. But he made me want to cry, this gentleman. And you could just tell, this was a hard case. And I've been trying to find articles or stuff for us to talk about, like while we are here waiting for lunch. But I want to just say one of the articles that came out, let me scroll up. Yesterday. Okay. That was talking about, all right, so this is from CBS News. It says, legal expert says case may hinge on confession and sentencing phase, basically. Legal analyst and former U.S. Attorney Paul Coggins said this case may ultimately come down. Hold on, let me take him off the screen because I can't. He just broke my heart. All right. Depending on what evidence is allowed in court. To quote, the nature of the victim, that's brought this case a huge amount of attention. The young age of the victim, the vulnerability of the victim, said Coggins. With the confession expected to play a central role, legal experts said the defense could face an uphill battle. Quote, if that confession comes in, which we know it's going to, well, I don't know. There's nothing that I can find that says it's not coming in. If that confession comes in, the guilt and innocence phase of the trial will be pretty cut and dry, which is where we're at. We've passed that part. He's guilty. Horner's defense is expected to focus heavily on an autism argument trying to avoid the death penalty, which is where we're at now. Quote, then you will get into where the defense is really focusing its efforts, and that's for the sentencing phase, arguing that because of his autism, he falls within the line of cases where they cannot be executed. Jury selection, months in the making, is another critical piece. Quote, they say the case is won or lost at jury selection. And I think the jury selection part of this is going to be huge, Coggins said. So we're at that point now. Like, we've skipped past the guilt or not guilt phase, right? Because he pled guilty. He pleaded guilty. And now we're at the sentencing phase. And I am very, very concerned about what's coming. Because if they're at this point in the sentencing phase, they're at the investigation, right? So we've already had witnesses, her teacher, and then her stepmother, who's the one that reported her missing. We've already heard what Athena was doing that day earlier. She was at school and then she was home, and now we're into the investigation. And so I would imagine we're going to get into the nitty-gritty of the investigation, which is going to be some of that video from inside the FedEx truck, and then the audio from inside that FedEx truck. And I think that's probably going to be the most difficult evidence that we have to listen to and that the jury has to listen to. Now, I'll say this. Because some of you guys might just be joining now, or you might be watching on replay and you might have skipped ahead or whatever, but I would like to just put this out there. For me personally, I'm going to listen, obviously, because it's my belief that if the victim endured it, I can listen to it. And even though it's difficult, because I believe in getting the victim's story out fully and accurately. That's why I try really hard not to use words like unalived. Athena was not unalived. She was murdered. That's what happened. She was murdered. And I'm going to use the tough words. So, but I understand that it is going to be very difficult to hear, and it's going to be very difficult to listen to. And if you have to leave, there's no judgment. Okay. You got to do what you got to do for yourself. You got to take care of you first. So don't worry about that. Like, I'm not going to, you'll always be welcomed in the chat, even if you have to leave, because of difficult testimony. Like, I'm not going to judge you for that at all. We everybody's got to do what we've got to do. So yeah, it's just, I can't say it enough. And I think that I've reiterated, hold on just one second, you guys. All right, sorry about that. I had a little nuggie, and I don't want her to hear any of this stuff. So anyway, now I completely forgot what I was talking about. I'm on a completely different, like my brain is just like, it's done. I know that the prosecutor said that this is going to take weeks. And that might be true because, I mean, they have expert witnesses that need to testify, and, it is so like their game plan when Tanner Horner pleaded guilty kind of had to shift a little bit in the length of time, right? Because they always, they have certain witnesses scheduled on certain days, right? And that's probably going to have to shift slightly. Although, because we're at the point where we are at now with the quote unquote, with the I don't want to say quote unquote, but with the investigation testimony, right? I think there might be a little bit more of a cross-examination than there would be, than there were for some of the other witnesses, just because, although again, I have a very difficult time trying to gauge what the defense could really do at this point. It's like, it's not guilt or innocence at this point. So you can't really point out flaws in the investigation. Your client pled guilty, right? So I'm trying to figure out how the defense is going to go about this cross-examination. I mean, they've objected to things because they, that they that are normally that they would have objected to. But I can't. I mean, their job is to present mitigating evidence as to why he should not receive the death penalty. And like we read in that article, and like I've been saying all day, they're going to go with the fact that he is autistic and that he also, his mother drank while she was pregnant. And I don't know if he was because I missed this part of the testimony because I had to mute it because the Nuggie was talking to me during the opening statements. I didn't hear whether or not he was actually diagnosed with fetal alcohol syndrome. I missed that part. Jonah's mom says, trials involving children are the hardest. I swore after Harmony Montgomery that I wouldn't watch anymore, but I feel that I owe it to them. They deserve to have their story heard, and no matter how hard it is, I will hear it. It is hard to hear about it. Harmony's trial was heartbreaking. It was heartbreaking. And it made worse by the fact that the person who was telling what happened to Harmony in those last days, hours, minutes of her life did nothing to try to stop it. Just nothing. Kayla Montgomery, you suck. She just didn't do anything. Brandy says, I'm back and so behind. Work is getting in the way of my trial time. I know, but you should be caught up fairly quickly because we still have like 10, 15 more minutes before lunch is over. But yeah, it's just, trials with children are incredibly difficult. And it seems like each one is like worse than the next in some way. You know what I mean? It's just, oh, yeah, this was another one, Oakley Carlson. Yes. I don't understand how anybody can, I don't understand how you can actually take another human being's life that's not in self-defense, right? But and I understand war as well, but just cold-blooded murder, just, anybody that thinks like Corey Richens, thinking that murder is a better solution, a more viable solution than divorce, right? I will never understand that. I will never understand people who murder children ever. And especially when those children are their own children or stepchildren. I'll never understand that. Never. And, I will say for the defense, the defense's part, they're objecting to things that they should be objecting to. They are advocating for their client. That is their job. I'm very curious how the jury, once it's, because I know, like, I think we can all pretty much figure out how the jury is going to receive the state's evidence, right? But how are they going to receive the defense's evidence? Who are they going to get on the stand? How believable will they be? Hannah says Harmony, Gannon, and Tylee and JJ were the ones that got me the most. Yeah. Nicole B says Gannon and Quentin were the hardest I've seen. Gannon, after the West Memphis 3, I swore I would never, ever get that deep in a case again. And then Gannon came along and his case came along. And there was something about Gannon that just, I don't know, I decided there was something about Gannon and then what happened to Gannon, his case, what Letitia did to him, that just, I don't know, it's like I totally forgot what I said about never being that deeply enmeshed in the case ever again with the West, after the West Memphis 3. And I just, and Quentin Simon, the same thing. Those two cases. And then JJ and Tylee, like every case, Evelyn too, Evelyn Boswell, another, they've all been hard lately. And I'll tell you, I would have watched them anyway, even if I did not have a YouTube channel. I would have watched those trials. And I'm just glad that we all have this little corner of the tubes where we can get through it together. Because if I didn't have you guys to like vent to and talk to, because okay, I can talk to my husband about true crime, right? I cannot talk to my husband about true crime that involves children. He just is like, I don't want to hear it. I can't, I don't want to, I don't know how you're doing it, and I'm not judging you for doing it or whatever, but, you know, he understands why I do it, with why I cover children's cases, because I am always hoping that we will learn something and during the investigation, but mostly through the trial, because that's when we learn about all of the things during the investigation, right? The factual part, things of the investigation. And I'm always hoping that during the trial, we will learn something in that trial that speaks to somebody watching and listening, and that they might spot a red flag in a person and prevent this from happening to a child in their life. So that's what I'm always hoping for. That is why I cover these cases, because that's what I'm always, if just one person who watches this trial with us, right? Even if they're a silent watcher, they never engage in the chat. They don't even watch when it's live. They watch the replay. But something in the testimony, something in that trial just hits them. And they're like, oh my God, this sounds like, a situation that I'm familiar with. Oh my God, let me do what I can, let me figure out what to do or what I can do to, and if that prevents one child from getting murdered, one child from being a victim of sexual assault, of trafficking, of any crime at all, it's worth it to me. Hannah says, one of the nurses I work with always asks which case I'm watching currently. Other than that, everyone else judges my true crime watching. I mean, if anything, I think my husband should be really, and he is very supportive of this. Like when I've, been like, I need to get whatever like a new mic, or I need to get a better monitor, or, I need to get this app for editing or this app for music. He's always like, get it, do what you need to do, invest in your channel. If you don't invest in you, who will? He's always supportive in that way. But I think at first it used to kind of freak him out about the true crime. But now I think I think he's more like, yeah, she's watched enough true crime to realize that you can't really get away with it. So he feels safe. So Chicken Lady says it's okay because I judge him for being a NASA space dork who watches crap like that all the time. Okay. That's my other little secret thing that I watch. I'm fascinated by Artemis too. And and so it's my husband's fascinated by that kind of stuff too. And I don't know where it comes from, other than I do remember when I was in third grade, my 9th birthday, I'll never forget this because it happened on my birthday. All of the third grade teachers all got together with all the third grade classes, and we split up. So I think there were 4 third grade teachers. So it was 2 classrooms, 2 classes to each room, right? And we all watched the Challenger take off. And none of us obviously expected what happened to have happened, but we all watched it together. And I guess that just impacted me. And then I'm always curious about what else is there? What else is out there? What is it that, we don't know? I think about those kinds of things all the time. And so, I watch that and I think about, okay, well, like Back to the Future. Remember Back to the Future Part 2, what we were supposed to have by 2015? Obviously, we didn't get a lot of that stuff, any of that stuff, none of that stuff. But, just thinking about the possibilities is endlessly fascinating to me, and thinking that um, could we live on another planet? And is there, which I think there is there life out there that we, I always think about stuff like that. So I'm like a secret space nerd. Thank you, Nicole B. Nicole says, I appreciate you, gentlemen. Well, I appreciate you too, Nicole. I appreciate each and every one of you guys really for being here. Chicken Lady says, thank God Esther was a girl because he was going to make me name my baby goat Artemis. But Artemis the goat is like a cute name. Like, come on, Chicken Lady. Just, I know that, you're not into the space stuff, but Artemis is kind of a cute name. You could call him Artie. Oh my God, it'd be so cute. But yeah, and also I always loved Star Wars too. And so I always was hoping, like, maybe someday we can live on Tatooine. Not really Tatooine. Tatooine seems like a sucky place to live, like there's 2 suns, for the love of Pete. Who needs all that? But yeah, like, maybe we could live on another planet. Like, I think that would be really cool. Do I think that and now that I'm older and, I see where we're at, the state of things, do I think that in my lifetime, like, I would be a candidate to be able to go into space and, live somewhere on another planet? No, because every day I'm getting older. So, like, I feel like they're not going to want the old people. They're going to want the young people. And so, like, whatever. But, it'd be cool. I don't know. Nobody wants to move to Tatooine. Like, I don't even, it's just the first planet that or the Mustafar system. Nobody wants to live there either. That place is horrible as well. So yeah. Every time I think of Tatooine, I think of the Family Guy. Something dark side of the Force. Anyway, something dark side. But anyway, when Chris is playing Luke Skywalker and he's like, there's 2 moons, or no, there's 2 suns and no women. Ooh, Naboo would be good. I would like to live on Naboo. Naboo's a good place. I would like to live on Naboo. With the Gungan? Oh, God. Yeah. Well, I see movement in the courtroom. Let's see what's happening. Yeah, Naboo seems like a cool place. Sana booba cha-cha. We sana have a booba. Oh, God. When my oldest son, when the boys were, let me think, they were Anakin Skywalker for Halloween when episode 1 came out, Phantom Menace, and trying to think how old they were. I want to say 3 and 4. Like, my oldest son was 3, my oldest son was 4, my youngest son was 3, and my oldest daughter was almost 2. And we used to call my oldest son after New Hope came out, or not New Hope, Phantom Menace came out, John Binks. Oh, yeah. Hannah says, I want to live on the forest moon of Endor. Looks so pretty. I'll befriend the Ewoks. Look here. The Ewoks, they might not have had they had primitive weapons. I mean, they didn't have any blasters or anything like that. Okay. They were living up in the trees, all of the things, but man, could they do hair. Did y'all see? Okay. So after they crashed and the Ewoks, befriended Leia, did you see her hair? Like, they did good hair. I don't know how they were able to do such good hair, but they were. So yeah, I could do the forest moon of Endor. I could do Naboo. Yeah, that's about it. That's about as far as I would go. Yeah. Nate wants to know if anyone has any chocolate chip cookies to share. I'm kind of hungry, and chocolate chip cookies sound really good. Yes. I also, every time I think about the Family Guy Star Wars trilogy, and I think of when it's Mr. Peter Schmidt who plays the Emperor, and he's like, "Oh, I'm afraid that what does he say? God, it's gonna what does he say? Fuck, it went right out of my head. Oh, I'm afraid this what does he say? Does it start? No, what is it? Space station will be quite operational when your friends arrive, because they mimic, obviously it's a parody, right? And if you go back and watch the Return of the Jedi, and you watch that scene, the Emperor does do that. He cocks his head all real weird, and he's like in that real weird mocking tone that he can get or whatever. And Chris looks at him and he goes, "You don't have to be a dick about it." There are certain clips from each one of those, the movies themselves, and that just live rent free in my head. So Chicken Lady says, I have a Star Wars flock, by the way. Contains Princess Leia, Hen Solo, Qui-Gon Hen, Luke Skywalker, Kylo Hen, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Mace Windu. Love it! Oh, don't be judged. No. Hannah, you might be judged elsewhere, but you shan't be judged here at the Ward Case Studies, and I'll tell you why. Hannah says, I'm a be judged, but my office is full of Star Wars and Harry Potter Lego. You will never be judged for Star Wars or Harry Potter or really anything that you nerdy. Never. Quick before we get back into this, something light before we get back into the heavy. Hey, Kelly, good to see you, babe. At the end of the year, they are making a Harry Potter, not a movie, it's going to be a series on HBO Max. Now, initially, when I had first heard this rumbling, I was like, because why, right? Then I watched the trailer for it. Justified. That's not rubbing it in, but I would love to go to Skywalker Ranch. Anyway, that's cool that you got to go. I'd love to do something like that. Go check out the trailer and let me know what you guys think. I'm totally going to watch it. You know me, I'll take a chance on the show. And then I'll come back and tell you guys, bruh, all the regrets or the regrets, or bruh, no regrets. I'll either have all the regrets or none of the regrets. And I'll tell you either way. because I think that the series is supposed to be the series is supposed to be like things that happened like that we did like in the interim, like in between. It it starts like all the it starts out with the Philosopher's Stone, but it's like the moments that more of the book, the stuff that happened in the book that we didn't see in the movies, is what it looked like to me. I mean, they only give you like 5 minutes. It's kind of hard. Oh, Hannah. Hannah says, it looks like they may have done a decent job. I visited Harry Potter studio tour in London and the Game of Thrones tour in Ireland for my last 2 birthdays. I would love that. Excuse me, especially Game of Thrones. All right, here we go. I do too, Coffee and Skeletons, and I did watch A Night of the Seven Kingdoms, and I love House of the Dragon. Okay. My husband has like 0 patience for the buildup. Okay. And I was trying to explain to him, like, babe, they gotta like lay the foundation so that you understand what time period you're in and who all these people are. They can't just come out and be like, look, this is what's gonna happen. This is what it is. They gotta build up to it. You have to care about the characters. And that is the one thing that I feel like they do well with the first season of House of the Dragon. I may not be yelling over these people when I just turn it down like a professional. That is the one thing I feel like they did not do well with House of the Dragon, is I felt like I was just starting to get invested in the characters, and then they skipped ahead like too quick. Like too many years got skipped in between without any real there was no like montage where you see them, getting older or something like that. Like I needed something, and it wasn't there. It was very abrupt to me, and I didn't appreciate it. So that's the one drawback. I mean, I think that they're doing it with A Night of the Seven Kingdoms. I think they're doing a better job in that way. Hold on.
Because he's sitting down at the desk the whole time, I can't really get a solo shot too. So yeah, I was trying to get one earlier, and I think that's when you guys saw it. Okay, yeah. So if I see it, I'm going to get.
Hold on. There's a little
Obviously,
gossip.
one in the middle is displaying what's on the TV. So sometimes that's kind of the only one that gets it, but I'm avoiding it at all. All right, so that's happy. All right, if you have any issues, let me know. I'm Martin. Oh, I'm set. That's good to meet you, man.
Do you see Carrie? Oh, okay.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine.
Thanks, Kyle.
The TV.
And I also appreciate the law enforcement that's in the courtroom, because it would be very difficult for me to resist the urge to sit in that water. Not gonna lie.
I think we're good. We're good.
I would absolutely want to spit in that water. And you know what? That officer did not. And I appreciate his restraint.
I can appreciate that one.
Yeah, I keep that stuff so far. We just wanted to look at Isabel and Pat.
Gotcha, okay. All right, are both sides ready for the jury?
Or you know what I might even do? Give him one drop, just one little tiny drop of water. And then spill it. No.
Okay.
I mean, all right, one last thing, because I'll forget if I don't tell you. So I would definitely check out both House of the Dragon and I would check out A Night of the Seven Kingdoms. But what I'm most looking forward to this year is The Rings of Power, because I'm also a huge Lord of the Rings nerd. That's all.
All right, everyone may be seated. Good afternoon. We are ready to proceed. State may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Pass the witness.
Oh, that's the one. Ms. Anderson.
No questions?
May Sheriff Aiken be excused.
Yes, sir.
Any objection from the state?
None from the state, Your Honor.
Thank you, Sheriff. Who do you have next?
Patrick B.
State calls Patrick McGuire.
Patrick McGuire. Solemnly swear or affirm testimony given in this cause to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, Judge.
Have a seat right here. Rule of evidence is in effect, says you cannot be in court unless you're testifying, and once you have testified, do not discuss your testimony with anybody else except the lawyers, okay?
Yes, Judge.
Mr. Berry.
Thank you, Your Honor. Special Agent McGuire, would you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court?
Yes, sir. My name is Patrick McGuire. I'm a special agent with the FBI in Fort Worth. My first name is Patrick. Last name McGuire, Mcguire.
Thank you. And I will tell you that the court reporter is taking down everything that you say, so we're both going to try to talk a little slower and not interrupt each other, all right?
Yes.
Awesome, thanks. You work for the FBI, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Can you kind of tell us, one, how long have you been working for the FBI?
I've been a special agent for a little over 5 years now.
And so if that was 5 years now, 3.5 years ago, you've been about 1.5 years on, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And what did you have to do? I mean, what kind of education? How did you end up being an FBI agent?
Yes, sir. I have my bachelor's degree, and then I was a police officer in the state of Virginia for about 8.5 years before applying for the Bureau.
And do they assign you to a specific location? You get to pick where you want to go, or what?
You list when you're at Quantico what field office you want to go to, and they assign me to be in the Dallas field office and then the Fort Worth satellite office.
So there are actually FBI offices both in Dallas and Fort Worth, correct?
Yes, sir.
And is the Fort Worth sort of an auxiliary to the Dallas office, is the main office?
Yes, sir. Our main hub is Dallas.
And particularly with regard to missing persons cases where is the FBI got some special kind of resources available that maybe local agencies might not?
Yes, sir. It's common for local agencies to request the FBI's help during any kidnapping or missing child investigation.
And did you become aware of a missing child investigation that was going on in Wise County back on, beginning on November 30th and through December 1st, December 2nd of 2022?
Yes, sir.
And can you kind of just describe for the jury how it was that you became aware of it and what you did as a result?
Yes, sir. I was called by another agent who was on scene there was a FedEx package that was delivered to the victim address during the timeline of question, and that other agent basically asked me to follow down that box and figure out who delivered it.
Okay. So you're running down a lead, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you working by yourself or with another agent? How does that work?
Yes, sir. I was working with another agent.
And what was that person's name?
Special Agent Lindsay Hogan.
Okay. And what did you do first in order to try to investigate that lead?
We went to multiple FedEx locations, with the last one finally being the FedEx location in Alliance, to identify where the package originated and left from that FedEx location.
And were you able to determine that that package did in fact originate at that location?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you're talking about Alliance, are you talking about Alliance Airport?
Yes, sir. The location is right next to the Alliance Airport.
And what is at that location?
It's a very large facility where they intake and then a lot of trucks leave to go, I'd assume, through most of Fort Worth and the outstanding areas.
They have FedEx planes that land there, unload, and then they're distributed from that location to the various areas around Dallas-Fort Worth. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And as a result of going to that location, did you talk to anybody in particular?
Yes, we talked to one of the managers, Max Drescher.
And was he able to give you some information that you then were able to act upon?
Yes, sir. He identified that it was in fact a FedEx package that was delivered, and basically identified the route.
Overruled. Go ahead.
He identified the route that had that package on its delivery.
And did he get in contact with any other individuals while you were there in his presence?
Yes, while we were in his office, he contacted Richard Davis, who's the owner of Big Topspin, which is the contract company for FedEx.
And I think a lot of times as we see a FedEx vehicle driving down the road that we think it's all owned by the big FedEx company. Is that true?
No, I believe most of the delivery trucks are owned by contract companies.
And then FedEx puts their logo on that contract company, but it still has no...
We lay a foundation for this.
Let me-
Required to work for FedEx.
Let me hear the question first. Yeah, ask the question.
What is Big Topspin?
It's a company that's contracted by FedEx to deliver packages.
And do they own a number of vehicles?
Yes.
Okay. And do those vehicles say Big Topspin on them, or do they say something else?
They say FedEx.
Okay. And so why specifically was Max Drescher contacting Big Topspin?
Because that was the contract company who owned the truck that delivered on the route that day.
Okay. And as a result of contacting Richard Davis, did you receive a name that you were able to then try to track down that person?
Yes, the driver was identified as Mr. Tanner Horner.
Okay. And did you later actually meet that person face to face?
Yes, sir.
And when did this take place? What date was it?
This occurred on December 1st.
Okay, so if the disappearance happened on November 30th, this would be the next day.
is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And about what time of day was it that you made your way finally to the Alliance location for FedEx?
Probably later in the morning.
And while you were there, did Mr. Davis get in contact with that driver to get you some more information about the particular vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And did Mr. Drescher make contact with that driver while you were there and where you could hear both?
Your Honor, all this is hearsay.
Let me finish asking the question.
While you were there and you could hear both ends of the conversation?
Objection is overruled. You may answer the question.
Yes, sir. While we were in Mr. Drescher's office, he contacted via phone Mr. Horner on speakerphone with myself and Agent Hogan sitting in the room to be able to hear it.
And was Mr. Horner asked by Mr. Drescher about the specific delivery to the address where the disappearance had occurred?
Yes, sir.
And what was his response at that time to that inquiry?
He advised he did not recall that address or that delivery specifically.
And so then as a result of that, what were your next steps?
We then went out to Wise County in Paradise to locate Mr. Horner in person and interview him.
And did you go directly there, or did you go to the command post where the search for the missing person was taking place?
I believe we went directly there.
Okay. And so how was it that you knew where to go?
We obtained the FedEx delivery sheet to know each delivery and each address.
And were you able to gain some information through either Mr. Drescher or Mr. Davis as to sort of where he was on his delivery route at the time that you were going out there to talk to him?
Yes, sir. We were told where he currently was and then where he would be in about 45 minutes for the drive time.
And so what did you do with that information?
We went to where we believed that he would be, and we located him at a delivery location.
Okay. And when you went to that location, did you have to wait for him? Was he already there?
I believe he was already there.
Okay. And so once you saw that the FedEx vehicle was there, did you approach the person?
Yes.
And do you see the person that you approached at that time here in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Could you identify him by where he is sitting in the courtroom and maybe describe what he is wearing?
Yes, sir. It's a gentleman at the end of this table wearing a light bluish gray shirt and gray slacks.
Your Honor, does the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant?
Record will so reflect.
Was he wearing a shirt and tie at that time?
No, sir.
What was he wearing?
A FedEx uniform, like a black and purple FedEx logo shirt.
And may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Prior to court today, did you have the opportunity to look at a couple of exhibits?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you, first of all, State's Exhibit number 30. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And is that a CD?
Yes.
And did I play you a copy of that at that time that we looked at it earlier?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does that fairly and accurately, well, actually a DVD, I apologize. Does that have a small, short clip on that DVD showing your initial interaction with Tanner Horner from inside of the FedEx vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I know it's hard to hear. We're not going to play it at this time because we're having some issues with the sound system. But if the jury wants to play that later, they can look at it at that time. Okay?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit number 29, is that a screenshot from that same video?
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize the two people that are depicted in that screenshot?
Yes, sir. The person closest to the camera with his back facing the camera is Mr. Horner, and the person in the flannel button-up is myself.
And you were able to watch State's Exhibit number 30, which this comes from, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did it show his face where you can clearly recognize him?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
This time I'll offer into evidence State's Exhibit number 29 and 30.
Judge, I have no objection to 29, 430 is played, we would want to hear that.
Okay,
Whatever technical
all right.
issue there is.
States 29 and states 30 are admitted, but we will let you review it before it's on 30, before it's exhibited to the jury.
May I publish 29?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And is this the screenshot that's been admitted to State's Exhibit number 29?
Yes, sir.
Now, let's talk about, you can turn that off, or turn it back on, Mr. King. Let's talk about that conversation. Can you kind of describe for me, didn't take place like within, I guess, earshot of the camera, correct?
Correct.
Where did you go to talk to him?
Just a little farther back, towards the rear of the truck.
Okay. And even as you approached him, can you kind of describe how that took place when you first approached him?
When we approached him, he was getting out of the vehicle, and we scared him, causing him to drop the package.
Okay. And then after you were, did he even know who you were at that point?
Not initially when we walked up, no.
And did you allow him to finish his deliveries that he was making before you talked to him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And all that's on that little video clip that we weren't able to play, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, so once you do that, you go out of back towards the back of the truck, you said, is that right?
Towards the back of the truck, yes.
Okay, so if you wouldn't mind kind of telling me what you were asking him and what his responses were to your inquiries.
Yes, sir. We initially asked him, again, about the delivery that was asked by Mr. Drescher on the phone. And he stated that after the address that he's delivering at while we're talking to him is a fairly short distance from the crime scene. And at that time, when we were speaking to him in person, he stated that after he had driven by the crime scene and saw law enforcement, that he remembered that delivery.
Okay, so when you first talked to him, you didn't talk to him, but Max Drescher talked to him while you were at the office.
Yes, sir.
His initial story was he did not remember, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then he said he drove back through the crime scene, or he drove back down the same road?
At the very least, close to it to see the large law enforcement response.
And then that made him remember the incident, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did he give you some indication of what he remembered about the incident that took place at this point still less than 24 hours earlier, correct?
Yes, sir. He advised us that he recalled the house looking run down and that he was basically initially start thinking that he didn't want to deliver there until he saw what he thought may have been the homeowner leaving in a vehicle and turning left out of the driveway.
And did he describe that vehicle for you?
Yes, he described the vehicle as a older green Chevy Astro van, and specifically with sunspots on the hood and on the roof, and a piece of the panel, like the lower panel, missing on the driver door close to the front wheel.
Now, did you relay that? There's a command post, correct, for this missing child search, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that child's name's Athena Strand, correct?
Yes, sir.
And she was a 7-year-old girl.
Yes, sir.
And so there's some urgency with regard to trying to find this little girl, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you relay this information back to the command post?
Yes, sir. After this interview, we immediately went to the command post and relayed that information of that vehicle to the command post for further investigation.
Because if that was true, that's somebody you would want to talk to, correct?
Yes, sir.
And tell me, was there something else that caught your attention, though, as you're talking to Mr. Horner about this, what he remembers? Kind of describe the rest of that conversation and what it was that sort of sparked your interest, attention at that point.
Yes, sir. During the majority of the interview, Mr. Horner was very articulate. He answered every question properly. Good back and forth conversation. And then towards the end of the conversation, he got very emotional and almost to the point of crying, and stated to us that he couldn't believe something like this would happen and that he had his own child.
So he's acting like a concerned citizen, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in fact, so much so that he's like showing some emotion to you, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you relay that information back as well?
I don't recall if we specifically told that, but we definitely kept note of it.
Okay. And so, based upon the information that you got from him at that time, was there an extensive search done for some mysterious green van that might have been leading to a potential lead on this missing child?
Yes, sir. There was multiple law enforcement hours spent looking into the van on law enforcement databases and doing physical surveillance on the ground, trying to locate this van.
And were resources that were dedicated to finding this missing girl, Athena Strand, that were being used running down other legitimate leads, were they diverted to go look for this green van?
Yes, sir.
Now, with regard to that search for the green van, was any green van ever located that would have been in the area at that time?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Now, after you had this initial meeting, kind of describe what happened next with you.
We went back to the command post. We relayed this information to the command post, and then were later tasked to interview further family members.
Okay. And based upon what you already knew, just from, how did you feel about being pulled away from the lead that you were running on at this point to go interview family members?
We were a little concerned by it. We were still interested in Mr. Horner. We still had some unfinished questions that we were concerned about.
And do you know a person by the name of Joe Espinoza?
Yes, sir.
And who was he?
He's a Texas Ranger assigned to this case.
And did you relay to him the information about this first meeting?
I don't believe directly. We told it to the command post.
Okay, the command post, but the information's running through him at the command post?
Correct.
Okay. So with regard to that, further investigating Mr. Horner, were you able to get back to that at some point later in the day?
That next morning, we began further investigating it.
Wasn't there a second meeting that took place on December 1st?
Yes, sir. Before we spoke to family.
Okay, understood. Okay,
Yes.
so we're not there yet. So you
Correct.
didn't speak to family in between the two meetings, is that right?
Correct.
All right, so let's just go from the point of the end of the first meeting, what we're looking at here, and kind of describe what steps you next took leading up to a second meeting.
We further asked Max Drescher from FedEx for more information about his deliveries on the date in question, and we were given basically multiple deliveries during the time frame that we were concerned about, that we wanted to ask Mr. Horner about more.
And were you able to actually get FedEx to, I believe there was some type of a grand jury?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Let me hear the question.
I'll start again.
Okay.
With regard to what you did with regard to FedEx, since you were already in contact with them, did you then later issue a subpoena for the information that was used to ultimately run down this lead?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that was on a later date, though. But with regard to this day, were there further steps taken by FedEx and Big Top Spin to try to potentially gain more illumination as to what was going on in that van?
Yes, sir.
And can you describe that, please?
We got further delivery information on his route during the evening of the 30th.
Okay. And based upon that information, did you have some concerns that you wanted to clear up with Mr. Horner?
Yes, sir. There was about a 45-minute time period that should have been a drive time of approximately 11 to 12 minutes. So it gave us basically a half an hour of question that we wanted to ask Mr. Horner further about.
And did you try to set up another meeting?
Yes, sir. We called Mr. Horner on the phone.
Okay. And may I approach?
Yes, sir.
And actually, at some point during that conversation, did you get cut off in that conversation?
Yes, sir. At some point, the call dropped.
And so we've already admitted 30, but there's also, I think it's 30 and 31 are that second conversation, and then 28 would have been the first conversation. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I apologize. I misspoke on the numbers earlier, so it was 28 rather than 30 as far as the first call.
Yes, sir.
So with regard to states 30 and 31, states 30 the beginning of that phone call before it got cut off, and states 31 when Mr. Horner called you back.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've listened to those prior to court today, correct?
Yes, sir.
And does that fairly and accurately represent both ends of that conversation?
Yes, sir.
The audio goes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, with that understanding of the mistake that I made a moment ago, I'm going to re-offer 30 as a part of the second video, as well as 31, and then 28 as the first call, first video. 30 and 30. These are the two.
You understand it before, as long as they play correctly with the judge.
All right, so states 28 will be admitted and states 31 will be admitted, subject to review by the defense.
Yes, sir. And then, following those, we'll talk about the content of those calls in a moment. But following those, did you have another meeting with Mr. Horner?
Yes, sir. We met him in another package delivery driveway.
Okay. So let's talk about that phone call. You were calling him, you said, about some type of time discrepancy. And was that something that was actually, something that actually occurred, or some information that you've been given that you were trying to follow up on that you later learned to be not exactly what you were being told?
Yes, sir. Between the time of the phone call and then meeting him in person, we learned that the times given to us by FedEx were incorrect.
But nonetheless, you'd already set up the meeting. You had some interest in him getting some further information, so you went in and had the meeting. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let's talk about on the phone calls. Did he talk to you about possible reasons why there might be some delays in his between package deliveries on that particular day?
One of the reasons he advised us was that he had thrown up at a Love's truck stop.
Okay. And did he elaborate on that as far as where he got sick, how long it took him, anything like that?
He stated he didn't feel well on the route, that he then began driving back towards the Alliance area, pulled over on the side of a random road, threw up, and then continued to a Love's, threw up again before continuing back to the FedEx location.
And with regard to this location where the Athena Strand went missing the night before, did he give you any information about whether or not that was the last package that he delivered that day or something else?
Yes, sir. That was the last package that he had delivered that day.
And he admitted that to you at that time, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did that pique your interest even further?
Yes, sir. On the information we obtained from FedEx, that was the last package he had delivered that was not marked as delivered in the FedEx system. And then after that, he had another approximately 4 or 5 packages that he was supposed to deliver after the one to the Strand household and did not deliver them.
So, but he's telling you that's because he got sick, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you go and you meet with him during those conversations. Did you set up a place where you could meet again?
Yes, sir. He advised us where he was on the package delivery route and an address to meet him at.
Okay, interesting. So this answers some questions, right? For example, why didn't, she had alerts on for the delivery, but she wasn't alerted. And that is because he never registered the alert, or he never registered as dropping off the package. He never registered the package being delivered.
And prior to court, did you see a screenshot of you as you're approaching him during that?
Yes, sir.
May I approach your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit number 32. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And is that the screenshot that shows both you and Mr. Horner at the time of the second meeting?
Yes, sir.
I'll offer into evidence State's Exhibit 32.
Okay.
State's 32, is it me?
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And this person walking up here, who's that?
That's me.
And who is the person with their arm up?
Mr. Horner.
Okay. And are you familiar with something called UTC time?
Yes, sir.
And what is UTC time?
That's just the standard time a lot of video devices and basic electronics will use as a standard time.
Okay. And is it sort of like, I always heard Greenwich Mean Time. Is it something like that?
Yes, sir.
And so when you measure other time zones, do you measure them by UTC plus a certain number of hours or UTC minus a certain number of hours?
Yes, sir, based where you are in the world.
Okay. And Paradise, Texas, or Cottondale, Texas, you can turn that back on, Deputy King, thank you. Paradise, Texas, at that time of the year, what was the calculation? Is it 6 hours difference?
Yes, sir. At that time of year, it would be UTC or GMT minus 6 to make Central Time.
Okay. So then, looking at the time frames that you were there, this number here, 21:45:01, if you subtracted 6 from 21, that makes 15, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that would mean that would be 3:15 is on military time. What time of day is that?
That would be 3:45 p.m.
Okay. And is that time consistent with the time that you remember meeting with Mr. Horner the second time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, with regard to this meeting, tell me just in your own words, describe what took place here.
We initially spoke about the time discrepancy again, and basically told him that what we spoke about on the phone, we learned now to not be true. And then we further asked him about the green van that he had initially told us during the first interview.
And did you do something more than just ask him about it with regard to the green van?
Yes, sir. I Googled and found a picture of a older green Chevy Astro van.
And what did you do with that?
I showed Mr. Horner my phone and asked him if the vehicle on the screen matched what he saw in the driveway the day before.
And what was his response?
He stated that vehicle was very similar to the one from the driveway.
And can I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 33 and ask you to recognize that.
Yes, sir. That's a screenshot of the picture in the Google search that I showed Mr. Horner.
And this is the one that he said, yes, it looks like that?
Yes, sir.
I'll offer State's Exhibit number 33 to evidence at this time.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 33 is admitted.
And again, based upon that information, was there, I don't know if you call it an APB with regard to, what do you call it when you're looking for a particular type of vehicle?
We usually call it a BOL, or be on the lookout.
And was that done with regard to this type of a van that might have been spotted within the area?
Yes, sir. That information was passed to the command post, and further investigative hours were spent looking for that van.
Okay. So, at the end of this meeting with Mr. Horner, kind of tell us how it went down as far as you're meeting with him, you get this information, and then what happens?
Thank you for being a member for 18 months, Jonah's mom. Happy wordiversary. Thank you for supporting me in the channel. I appreciate it so much. All right, here we go.
After we finished the contact with them, we walked back to our vehicle and then went back to the command post.
Okay. As you're sitting in your vehicle getting ready to go back to the command post, did you watch Mr. Horner exit the location where he was currently at?
Yes, sir. Mr. Horner, in the FedEx van, backed out of the driveway, across the road, and then struck a tree on the other side of the road.
And what did he do as a result of that?
Mr. Horner exited the driver's seat, looked at the rear of the truck, and then got back into the vehicle and left.
Okay. Did you find that odd, given what you just talked about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did he seem to be paying close attention to what he was doing at that point?
No, sir.
Now, with regard to other things that you did with regard in this investigation to try to find Athena Strand, can you kind of just give us a brief synopsis of those things?
So after we did the second interview, we went back to the command post, and then that was when we were tasked with interviewing further family members.
Okay. Now, based upon your conversations with Mr. Drescher and Mr. Davis, were they trying to obtain some more potential evidence as to what might have happened?
Objection, here's that.
Sustained.
Did you ask them to obtain some more evidence?
Yes, sir. Later on the 1st and early into the 2nd of December, we obtained further information from FedEx.
Overruled. Go ahead. You may answer.
We obtained from FedEx further information of Mr. Horner's delivery route on the 30th and on the 1st.
Was there some indication that there might be video in this van?
Yes, sir. We were also advised that all the vans were equipped with a dash cam.
And did you ask them to try to obtain that video information from the vehicle that Tanner Horner had been driving on November 30th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Now, was that able to be done on the 1st?
No, sir.
But on the 2nd, did you receive video from that van?
Yes, sir. During the afternoon of the 2nd, we obtained video from Velociter, which is the company that runs the dash cams.
Now, were they able to give you a full video of the entire event?
At the time, during the afternoon of the 2nd, no, sir. The first video we obtained was basically a phone recording of a screen of the dash cam.
Did you see something on that that piqued your interest?
Yes, sir. It was a phone screen recording of a video of Mr. Horner placing a small girl into the back of his FedEx van.
And was the time on that video consistent with the time that Athena Strand went missing?
Yes, sir, as far as I recall.
Now, at approximately the same time, based upon other information that you had already obtained with regard to the routes and those sort of things, was there action being taken to try to detain Mr. Horner?
Yes, sir. At the same time that we obtained that video, myself and Agent Hogan were doing surveillance on Mr. Horner during his route on the 2nd.
So, for a little while on the 1st, you were diverted to speak to family members. Why was it that they were focused on speaking to family members when you're in the middle of investigating this?
A lot of time during law enforcement investigations into a missing child abduction, your family is likely suspects. So one of our initial jobs is to follow any lead, but usually talk to the family and identify further leads from them.
And so, because you all do, I guess, the big thing that you see on TV with the FBI is profiling, right?
Yes, sir.
Explain what that means.
Basically getting it's a behavioral analysis unit. I'm not a member of it, but they basically will intake all the facts the field will get to basically create a profile of who they would generally believe to be the suspect.
And just, is there a lot of things that go into those kind of profiles?
Yes, sir.
Statistics and other things?
Yes, sir.
And with regard to that, is it often true that a person that is responsible for abducting a young child is often either a family member or somebody that knows that child?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The stranger abductions are less common or more rare, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so with regard to this case, you were able to kind of help lead in the right direction with regard to Mr. Horner. What changed on the morning of the 1st as far as now you're back on surveilling Mr. Horner?
The morning of the 2nd was when
The 2nd, I apologize.
Yes, sir. We obtained the official records of the deliveries, and basically there were some anomalies of the last package delivered was the one before the victim address of the Strand household. Then we know the Strand package was delivered because it was on their doorstep, but not marked delivered. And then there was 4 or 5 more packages that should have been delivered that night that were not delivered.
In fact, just coincidentally, did you later learn that the first delivery that first time you met him, he was delivering a package he should have delivered the night before?
Yes, sir. Looking at the tracking numbers for all the deliveries he did not make on the 30th, the one of the packages he was delivering when we walked up to him the first time on the 1st was supposed to be delivered on the 30th by him. It was not. It was put back on the truck and then delivered by Mr. Horner on the 1st.
But he was delivering did he seem to be doing his normal route and doing his deliveries just like any other day at that point?
Yes, sir.
Did he ever admit to you at any time that he had anything to do with the disappearance of Athena Strand?
No, sir.
Had he done so, obviously you would have taken different steps, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Instead, based upon that information, other resources were diverted other places, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, on the second, when you're surveilling him, were you in the position where you were able to see when he was actually taken into custody?
We arrived shortly after he was taken into custody.
All right. And who was it that took him into custody?
It was marked units from the game wardens, from the sheriff's office, from multiple different agencies.
Okay. And after that point, other than obtaining the grand jury subpoena for all the FedEx records, were you involved in this investigation any further?
No, sir.
I'll pass the witness. Cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor. We have no issue.
I'm sorry?
We have no issue with him being excused.
All right. You may step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Counsel, y'all approve.
So basically, Mr. Horner, who is clearly a lying liar face who tells lies, had the FBI and all the other resources running all over Hell's Half Acre, chasing down this pretend Astro van. Many, Be right back. I'm sorry, you guys. The kids came to get the nuggie, and so, yeah, that took a second. I don't know what's going on. They're very sidebarring. It's a very serious sidebar, the serious of the most serious sidebars ever. Oh, my goodness. Really, Kelly? Kelly says, Bindi, Jessica Lange is my most favorite actress ever. I have always loved her. I have always loved her too. I have a huge girl crush on her. I'm not gonna lie at all. She did make the show. I'm sorry. Look, the people that made the show, in my opinion, are Jessica Lange, Evan Peters, Sarah Paulson, and I can see his face and I know his name. Hold on, now I'm going to have to hit up the Googles because it's going to drive me freaking insane. Hold on a second. Hold on. They're going to be in recess till 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. All right. Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Oh, this is going to piss me off. Why is he not here? He should be at the very top. Where is he? Hold on a minute. Now, this is really going to make me mad. He's not listed? He's in all of them, but he's not on the cast. Oh my God. Hold on. Let me look at this. God, not delicate. Ugh. This is absolutely the worst. Hold on. Dennis O'Hare. I couldn't think of it. Dennis O'Hare. Sorry, you guys. Yes, Chicken Lady. Yes, Chicken Lady. Dennis O'Hare. Why are we in recess already? All right. Well, we're in recess. That's that. Okay. So thank you guys all for being here. We will be back tomorrow morning. When did he say? Let me rewind. Let me push play because then the thing will catch up. Let me scroll back.
We will be in recess until 9 o'clock in the morning.
9 o'clock, which means that what time should we start, you guys? 10? Should we start an hour late? 10 Central, 11 Eastern? Or what do you think? You think this is, I'll tell you what, you know what we're going to do? We're not going to do that. We're going to start at 9 o'clock. And if we have to find something to do for the lunch hour, we're all creative people. I'm sure we can find something to talk about. OMG. Chicken Lady said worked out for me because I'm getting ready to put a sweater on a baby goat. I'm going to need a picture. Chicken Lady was so sweet to send me pictures of the new little baby goat. Oh, she's adorable. Please send a picture of her with the sweater on. I need to see this. And I will make it an emoji. I will. You think 10? Neat. Yeah, we can totally talk about Star Wars, Chicken Lady. Let's do 9 o'clock. Let's just be on time. Let's be on time because maybe they are getting through this faster than they anticipated. And the witness that they don't have another witness for today. Grandma Sherry, hi. Where you been washing from? Grandma Sherry says, hi. I've been bushwashing. Washing or bush watching? That's an unfortunate. That is an unfortunate a typo, Grandma Sherry, who has either been washing bushes or watching bushes. I'm not sure. I'll wait for her to comment next. Find out, because now I have questions. But maybe they are moving more swiftly. And maybe that is why they don't have a witness ready for today. So, it's a beat. Oh, I didn't know that. Bushwashing, huh? Okay. I didn't know that. Either way, Grandma Sherry's bushwashing. Anyway. All right. I will see all of you guys tomorrow at 9 Central, 10 Eastern, 7 Pacific, and 8 Mountain. All right. If you haven't done so, please do your girl a favor. Thumbs up, thumbs down, either way. I'll leave it to your discretion. You guys be the judge. And I'll see y'all in the morning. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your afternoon, and I will see you all tomorrow. Bye.